Okay, how about now? Should sound good now. I guess the cord was not completely plugged into the laptop, but we should be good to go right now. Ah, there we go. There we go. Sorry about that. Looked good from my end. Everything was showing that it was on, but that's the trouble with lives. It happens. Nothing, nothing you can do about it. That's for sure. But anyway, that being said, great to have you all here. Like I said, let me grab this bottle here and I'm going to pour a little of this Tamdhu tonight. And to get me started off, so let's pour that. Let me know what you all have if you're on a Scotch. I did some whiskeys this past week. And when I say whiskeys, bourbons, but I did take a nice 30-year-old Scotch with me down to the parents in Yuma over the holiday. Enjoyed that. Enjoyed a little midwinter's night dram for the holiday. I don't know. It just seems like it's extremely fitting to uh, to do that bottle at that time of year. I don't know. Just me. I seem to gravitate towards that. I just think that it's I don't know. I like it. I think I think it's a good dram to have at the holidays. So, what the heck? I took that down with me too and was like, yeah, that'll work. It's going to be good. And it was. But anyway, hope all is well here. Sorry, I'm just trying to work something out because I caught something out of the corner of my eye just as the stream was starting. Uh, and I'm just trying to make sure that I can fix this. I'm not liking the image. I know it's this face, but that's not what I'm referring to. This shot wasn't like this, what I'm seeing now earlier, but you know what? I think we'll make do with it for right now. But anyway, that being said, just want to say hello to some people that are floating around here. Oh my gosh, get up there. There we go. Now you're cooking, Anthony. You think this was one of your first streams you ever did, but it is not. But Mr. Morgan, as usual, always great to have you here. Brian, thank you very much for popping in. Richie Z, thank you. Appreciate you. Peter, thank you for popping in here. Thank you very much. And then, of course, Bourbon Baller Lee, appreciate you too for stopping in here, smashing that like button and saying hello to everybody. But I really hope you all had a good holiday. I know I did. Like I said, was visiting the parents down in Yuma. Been off this whole week. So when I got off Friday, was come home, get some stuff together, pack up on Saturday and head out. It was just nice to get away, relax. Of course, I watched the stream on Livewire last Sunday because they had their Secret Santa on there. And unfortunately, I was going to jump on, but was just busy at the parents. So I kind of loosely watched. The person that's name that I picked was Nick Proman. So I had to make sure I got his package out, which I did. But of course, I can't send him something and not Whiskey Mountains. So I made sure she had something in the box too. And I had already mentioned on my stream the week prior that I received a bottle from my Secret Santa, which was the Four Roses store pick, which I haven't opened that yet. And I'm going to because I've really put some more thought into this. I don't think I've ever owned one of those. I've had it. I'm almost sure, but I've never had my own bottle. So I'm kind of excited over that. Really, I am. I thought that was such a nice gift. And of course, let me say this: anytime you get the gift of whiskey or something in general, doesn't have to be whiskey, in the mail, I'm appreciative. Um, really, I am. It's a gift. Somebody took the time to get it for you, package it up, get it to you, or come to your house, and of course, hand deliver it. So it's personal. I like that. Um, so I'm thankful to get it, and I'm going to open that thing and give it a go. And of course, here we go. We've got down underrepresented. Morning, Chris. I sure hope you have that chalice full. That's for sure. Drinking some coffee this morning. But anyway, so like I said, in the glass is the Tamdhu 15 right here. And I reviewed this a while ago, and I really, really like this. Really like this. This is a nice Scotch, 50 ABV. So it's for me, it is a great ABV. I really enjoy the ABV on this. Let me get a sip here because I'm busy talking and you guys are sipping. So here we go. Mm. It is a savory dram from the distillery. If I remember right, Tamdhu produces something like 4 million liters a year. Opened 1887. It's still operating, still continuously operating, today. So, wow. Honestly, wow. I got my book down there. I'll have to pull it out and take a look here in a little bit to see if I am correct in my memory. Probably not. Probably not. Well, you need to get that ogre chalice. It's early. If you don't have the coffee, I know what it's like. Trust me. Got to have the coffee. But I have shown this. Sorry, I keep popping out of the frame. I took the camera for a trip, and so it's not in the usual spot. But like I said, the way this is set up and the way I'm catching myself, that's not normally the way I see myself. And like I said, I just don't like the way it's laid out right now, but I'll worry about that now that I am aware of it later. But I showed this one earlier, a couple of weeks ago, that I had picked up, and I told my wife, hey, this is what you got me for Christmas. One of the many gifts she got me, but I just happened to walk in the bottle shop. It was just after Thanksgiving, and I was down there and actually got a pour of it. And I'm like, oh my God, this is delicious. I got a Tamdhu at home, but doesn't quite seem the same. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Chris. Yes. Yes, that is a lovely bottle that she has. That's for darn sure. And she's smiling. Well, that's a good thing. Sorry, folks. I just got a text from Chris, and it's like, I'm laughing because I love the picture. Love the picture. Anyhow, sorry, I don't mean to laugh out loud, but that's good. That is very good. But anyway, I'm going to open this thing up, and I'm going to do it while I'm chatting. And at first, it took me a minute to figure out that this pulls straight up. And if you don't have it at the right angle, then there was a little piece of tape on it a few weeks ago. I was like, how the heck does this thing come apart? Blah, 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 blah. Well, once I took that little piece of tape off, it lifted right up. But anyway, boom. I love the look and the shape of this bottle. Huh? I think it's terrific. I truly do. Ooh, stop. There was things on the side that I don't want to read, and I truthfully didn't read the side of this. I'm looking at this side. It doesn't seem to be any tasting notes on there. But anyway, Um, I purposely didn't want to read the box or this side, but I had it out, and I can tell you I didn't really look at any of the tasting notes. However, like I said, I suspected they will be similar with some differences in it compared to the other one that I've opened. And let me just show you the color of the one that I have open right now. And that's the Tamdhu 15 by the Indie Bottler. Okay. Beautiful color. Beautiful. I mean, nice legs on the side. Beautiful. Just excellent whiskey. Excellent whiskey. I do like it. Anyway, let me open this for a second here. This one is going to oh no, here it is. It's like I looked at this and I'm like, I don't see this, but there it is. There is the magic right here. Boom, boom. There we go. And I do want to get a Glen here and give it a minute to open up and let it do its thing. Hey, look at this. Look at this. I'm so busy jib-jabbing. Stacy, hello. Thanks for popping in, smashing that like button. Ooh, nice little pop on that. I'm not even going to put my nose to it. It's so tempting, but I'm going to pour a little drop of this. Oh, that's not true. Pour more than a little drop, but that's okay. My gosh, I could see the difference in the color already, and I'm trying not to breathe it in, but I mean, just look at the color. Look at the color. Now, yes, this is the sherry. This is the Sherry Cask finish. And my understanding, that I shouldn't say finished, but this was left in the barrel, literally left in the barrel for that time. Hey, Z-Man. Cheers, man. Hey, Steven. I thought I seen you in there earlier, but the chat gets going and I get to jib-jabbing, and so I miss out on it. So thank you for popping in there, man. Really. Yes, sir. Thank you. Of course, you know, I have got to have the hat. If I don't have the hat on, I get a lot of grief over it. So there you go. And here we go. Northwest Bourbon. Cheers, man. Yeah, that's right. Don't forget to smash that like button. Really do appreciate it. Good to see you, man. Really is nice to see you. Hope you had a great Christmas. I know I did. Let me put one of these special Glen covers on that one that Top Dog made me. Cover that up. Let's just see here. Let's see. Yes, if you're not subscribed to Northwest Bourbon, make sure you get over there and do that. And also do not forget about Steven and his channel. You guys got to catch some of his shorts. I mean shorts as in videos. Let's get that straight. Shorts as in videos. Crack me up sometimes. Really do. Cracks me up. Hey, Josh. Cheers, man. Great seeing you here. Always appreciate it when you pop in there. And again, we have Stacy here. Let me get this up. Yep, 4-leaf whiskey. Thank you, Eric, for putting that up. Appreciate it. Mods do a great job. I mean, they're doing things that I'm not even paying attention to because that's just what they do. That's why you have these great people here helping you out and working and so on and so forth. But I appreciate what they do. He said, let me just scroll down here. Let's Z-Man saying hello. Let's move this thing. Goodness, excuse me. This thing is just moving. So let me get down here. But anyway, really hope you guys are having a good holiday season. And if you're ready for the New Year's, I know I am. People say, oh, what are you doing? I go, as little as possible. I don't plan on doing anything in particular on New Year's. If I am up at midnight, great. But you get to the point in your life, you just don't give a shit. Because when you get up, it's going to be a new day, a new year, whatever you want to call it. And if you've got a dog like I do and live where I do in Las Vegas, for some reason, they just feel the need to let fireworks rip, get the dogs stirred up in the neighborhood, get mine stirred up. So, at some point, I'm going to be up. That's for darn sure. I'd like to say I won't be, but yeah, that isn't going to happen. Not with a damn dog in the house like that. That is for sure. But anyway, so like I said, I have the Tamdhu 15 one more time, the Indie Bottler right here in the glass of my hand, and that's what I've started with. And I don't know if you guys can catch it. Can you see the beads on this? I don't know if you guys can catch it. Can you see how that's just beading up on the side of the glass? I'm telling you, this freaking whiskey is just amazing. Amazing. And okay, that's this one right here, 15. Now you could see similar color, but the other one is much darker. Now this was in a refill hogshead. Okay, so it has a little sherry on it, but I think the other one is going to be more of a sherry bomb, which I'm hoping, which, as everyone knows, particularly PX finish, just take my money. Mm. Mm. Sorry, just really getting into this. It's really good, and I enjoy Scotch. I know I've said that more than twice before, but it is true. I enjoy Scotch. Oh my goodness, look at this. Look at this. Who is here? I should put him in timeout, but I won't. He doesn't get out of his room a lot, so we have to. Now, where'd he go? Here it goes. I knew you were there. I was like, where did he go? Where did he go? There we go. Yeah, we know you're going to be early. We know you're going to be early, Dunner. That's what I was just saying. You're going to be early. Hey, Roger. Cheers, man. Appreciate you. Happy holidays, New Year's, all that good stuff. Appreciate you coming over, saying hello. Anyway, so really like this whiskey. I think it's a good whiskey, and I'm anxious to see the difference between the one I did a while ago with this new bottle. And I kept looking at that new bottle for ever since it's been here. Like I said, I've showed it a few times, and I was like, oh my gosh, I can't wait to try that. But I've resisted the temptation, and it was easier because I did have a pour. So just letting you all know, I had a pour of it actually before I got it, and they forced me to have a pour of it. And it wasn't one of those little thimble tastes. It was a pour. It was a pour. It was like, thank you, appreciate it. And I could sit there and actually sip on it and go, oh Lord, take my money. Just take my money. So anyway, it was really, really good. Well, that don't make him a bad person, Chris. Oh my God, love that. And an underground bottle bunker in his backyard. I am sure there's some razor wire with searchlights also. If someone gets through the perimeter there, it would go off. That's for dark. Hey, do you? Do you? It's all good. Do you? That's for sure. But anyway, so I really like that. I just let this sit here for a few minutes, and I want to just give it a moment. Let me take this off because I don't want to fling that across the room. But I love those Glen toppers. Look at that color. Huh? A little darker. I'm sorry. This is the first. This is the second. There we go. Let me get them side by side. Here we go. Yeah, you guys can see the difference. Darker, without a doubt. Oh, excuse me, lighter, darker. I'm looking at the screen. Anyway, I gotta stop that. Like I said, you think I'm new at this, but yeah, this is definitely darker. But again, I'm turning it around a bit if you guys can, if it'll pick up on it at all. But the legs on this thing are really, really nice. Really nice. Love that about whiskey when it clings to the glass like that. I haven't been fooled by many that do that. Haven't been fooled by many. Oh, such a sweet bread note on the nose. First pour. So let me say, just smelling them is mouthwatering. Trust me, smelling them is mouthwatering. Extremely, extremely similar. A little more sweeter on the nose. The one I just cracked. A little more sweeter on the nose. But almost indistinguishable. Plums. A little floral sweet note, heather. Of course, the bread note, that's always. See, I said his name 3 times. I used the Glen topper. Boom, there he is. There he is. Cheers, Top Dog. Oh my gosh, it's great. I know Mr. Morgan enjoys a dram of Tamdhu, that's for sure. I know he loves that. And these core ranges, let me just say this, they are good. They are very good. Hmm. Oh my. Wow. That is a nice drop. Nice finish. Sweet, savory. Oh my goodness. Nice little, a nice little spice rolling in. Wow. Man, that is nice. Oh my gosh, wait a minute. Is hanging still up? Hey, hanging? All right, man. Cheers. I mean, it's almost what? 6 o'clock? Hey, I'm impressed. I know the pug probably is what's keeping you up. That's for darn sure. I just got a bottle of Maltese. Comes from my first Canadian in a while. Really? Well, I got my Alberta Premium up there. That's about as close as I'm getting to Canadian whiskey. That's for darn sure. But man, this is a nice drop. Hold on. Let me just, well, no, I don't want to go for that yet. Hold on. Let me have another sip of this. Mm, really good. Really, it it's very easy sipping. If that makes sense to you all. Very easy sipping. Um, but let me just say this, and I don't mean it in a bad way. It's not hugely complex with just a burst of umpteen flavors. And it's not simple by any means. So I'm kind of searching on a best way to describe this. But it's a good sipper. It truly is. This is, and I love the nose on this. The nose is fantastic. Really? Wow. Anyway, I know there's some Tamdhu fans here. Um, it is an exceptionally good whiskey, and I enjoy it. And um, I just couldn't wait to get into it. And I'm going to let this open up after I take another sip. And I've got someone sitting in the back room already, and the link is in there. Let me put it in because it was moving too quick and it shot up, so I could not get it posted or pinned. Hold on, let me. Oops, see, they're popping in there. Hold on, let me get it in there. Bam. Okay, there we go. There we go. All right. Now, without further ado, look who's here. What's up, man? How are you?
Happy New Year, brother.
Oh my gosh, Happy New Year. There we go.
Glad you had a good Christmas, man.
Oh, it was great. It was great. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it.
You had to drive to Surprise, Arizona for Christmas dinner, but it was well worth it.
Oh, I enjoyed mine. That's for sure. I took a whole ribeye and put it in the smoker and let that thing go. And we had that in the smoker for about 6 hours and came out fabulous. Rested it for about 30 minutes while we put the rest of the stuff on the table. And man, that literally, it was like medium rare. The ends were more towards medium, so that was perfect for the parents. So the both ends. And man, that center was just magnificent on there.
Yeah, nothing wrong with a little pink.
Nope.
My girl's brother did 2 beef tenderloins. He did 1 spiral slice ham with all the veggies. I could not eat everything that was on the table. It was just too much. And there was like 20 of us in the house.
Oh yeah, you had a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and
yes, sir.
You know, oh yeah.
How you doing,
No
Chris?
one could go hungry. No one could go hungry. That's for darn sure. So where was that picture at, Chris?
That was at a friend's place
Okay.
on Boxing Day.
Okay.
Yeah, that's another friend. He from the whiskey groups over here. He's big Scotch, and I'm introducing him to rye and bourbon, and he's trying to introduce us to a few more Scotches. So,
well, I recognized the Brooklotti bottle that she had right off the bat. That was, I knew it was low, but I saw the bottle in the hand, and that's what made me laugh. Yep. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And she's smiling, holding the dram in the bottle. That's what happens. You get a good whiskey. I don't care if it's bourbon or if it's a rye or if it's a Scotch. It makes you smile.
Yep.
It certainly makes you smile.
That photo. I sent that photo at the time to Ken, and Ken's going, Brook Lady 18.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's not something you see every day.
Mm-hmm.
Ken goes, that's about a $350 bottle over here.
Now that's a chalice, everybody. When I'm talking about the ogre chalice, there it is. That's coffee. That's how you have to have it in the morning. It's a serious thing. And you don't want to keep making 3 or 4 trips to the pot.
No.
Mm-hmm. Without a doubt.
Yeah, I'm thinking about bringing a couple of these over if I can find some more of them next year, Anthony.
Mm-hmm.
So I figure we need to put your logo on one for me so that, because your coffee market, although it's great for a cup of tea and things like that, it's not quite a challenge.
I agree. We're working on something, but the way it's put on there, you're kind of restricted in some sizes, and the mugs have to be of a certain make. I forget what it is.
Okay.
To take the logo. You can't just use any plain mug. And there is a name for it. I just forget because I don't do it. My wife does. So, but yeah, I said that. I says, I need a true mug. And so there are some bigger ones since you got your mug.
Okay.
There are some bigger mugs, but not what you and I would consider a proper coffee mug. Yes. Yeah. No, not yet. That would be terrific. Holy smokes. Is it Father Crumpus? Look at this. Look at this. What's up, Evil?
Yeah,
cheers,
Evil.
man. Great to see you. Haven't seen you in a minute. Thanks for popping in. There he is.
Yeah,
I mean,
thank you.
You just can't beat it when he shows up. I mean, makes everybody smile. And then there's JD. I appreciate him popping in there. He's at a friend's house.
There's wave for you, Anthony, behind me.
Oh yeah, there she is. Let me wave to her.
Hey, Lois.
Yep. Well, I didn't know if she was home or working because I know it's in the morning, so good chances she's at work.
Yeah.
No, she worked over the weekend and had to travel down to Sydney and back. But yeah, she's off now until New Year's.
Good for her.
She goes in New Year's Day.
No, the second.
Oh, she goes.
back on the second.
Then she misses all the fun. Yeah.
Fun my ass.
Hey,
I know.
Yeah.
No, I was the one dealing. I was the one dealing with all the fun last night. So
yes, I heard.
I got to work Monday, Tuesday, and then I got the rest of the week off till the following Monday.
Well, unfortunately, I'm going in tomorrow, so that's just how it goes. And then I take Tuesday off and go back Wednesday, which is fine. But
and they gave us a choice. Do you want the weekend off?
Well,
I'm going, yeah. We all voted, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The guy in the office, he's looking at me. He goes, "Do you want the week off?" I'm like, "Well, yeah." Because he's talking to the boss.
Yoda.
Cheers, Yoda.
But it's fine. I was going to take this whole week off too, but I was like, I've got a few things going on that I just have to be there, but the heck with that. So this is my last night before work, and I thought, well, I'm going to do this review, and I'm just going to sit here, open up the pub, raise a glass to everybody. Hey, Kathy.
Appreciate it.
Cheers. Thanks for popping in, saying hello to everybody. Appreciate you. But yeah, I just figured I'd open it up, hang for a little bit.
I bet Donald used a strip loin with a mushroom sauce.
Oh, I love hearing about some of his Epicurean delights. I mean, some of it just, you can't help but just sit there and just go.
We had a great time in Canada with Donald for 2 days, and we met his grand and went to dinner with his grand, and
that would have been a terrific time. Really,
Donald said that his grand wants to adopt Lil and I, and
mm-hmm. Yeah,
it was a fun time.
There you go.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, well, you got to do that W thing. We don't like to really swear like that here, but it comes out every now and then. That's why I say you got to at least be 21.
Yeah.
To be here. You never know what you're going to hear.
Yeah, but Donald, aren't you sort of like doing everything at the moment? Aren't you doing everyone's job because everyone else is away on holiday?
Yeah, shit. I didn't realize that till you said that.
Well, yeah, and he's on call for a while yet, so
yeah. But just that's not nice.
Well, hey, we've all been there.
Yeah, we have.
And we have all been there.
Yeah.
Jump in the chat. Say hi back.
Shona and James have come over.
Well,
Shona and James.
hold on.
Over.
Okay.
You know what, Nick?
Do you want to
You can. All you have to do is subscribe. That's how we keep the trolls out. Nick.
I'll just throw in.
That's how we keep
Yeah,
the
throw into
trolls
the
out.
group.
So once you do that,
Just
you'll be able to type it. That's fine. That's how it works. That's how it works. Oh, by the way, Nick, I did get your card, but what I don't understand. Well, if you're a subscriber, then you can. If you're telling me you can't, that means you aren't subscribed, and only subscribers can participate in chat. Like I said, that way we don't get this stupid bullshit. And if somebody does get through, the moderators take care of them quick and now.
Yeah, we knew all of them.
Yep, exactly. We do not discriminate. We hate equally.
Yep. Be nice.
Yep.
Or you don't belong here.
Exactly. Well, I can understand.
If you're not a subscriber,
I can understand there, Mr. Giappo. But I don't understand, Nick, why your puppy did not look excited to be in the picture that you sent me.
Merry Christmas, hello.
Your dog just did not look happy. Your daughter, your son, yeah. But the dog, like, really? Another one of these again?
Yeah, shut up.
That's who I'm talking to is a really, really, really good friend of mine from a long time ago. And, you have those few friends that you're still in touch with 30 plus years later, and I met him in college in the 80s. And so we still are in touch regularly and chat figuratively and literally. And just a good friend. And we were like family growing up. His parents, oh my gosh. You walk into his parents' house, particularly his mom, you can't leave hungry. I don't care if we ate 20 minutes before we come through that door.
Stop that,
Italian
Donald.
and her comes out. The food would come out on the table and you didn't dare say no. But that's just how it was where we grew up. It didn't make a difference. We didn't make a difference. That's just how it was. Anyway.
I got one in Tucson, 6'4", 280 pounds. We would do illegal drag racing at night, and he still calls me to this day. And he was kind of like my bodyguard, if you will, because I'm not as big as him. And I never really realized it until people started saying, "Who the hell's your friend?" I'm like, I don't know. I just hook up with him. And he had a 1974 Dodge Diplomat. we deoxidized that car one morning with a case of Black Bear.
Hey, Mr. Mom. Cheers, brother.
And
raise a glass to you, sir.
Cheers.
How did dinner go?
Yeah. Northeast Oklahoma.
Yeah, so my friend Corey, who's over, Anthony, in Vegas, when he put his swimming pool in the backyard, he decided, I've got a little bit more room, so he put an underground bunker for his whiskey collection.
Anything happens down under, he and his whiskey shall be fine. It's strictly medicinal. And you need it for medicinal purposes.
So
it's good
he
to
is
have
ready for
bottles of cask strength.
He is completely ready for the zombie apocalypse.
Especially down under? Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
you never know when them kangaroos are going to mutate.
Well, it's not so much the kangaroos. It's if the koalas suddenly become zombies, and a drop bear gets zombified. I mean, that would just be
those are horrid creatures.
The end of civilization as we know it. But
oh yeah, spiders that are bigger than your face. Just no thanks. Yeah.
So if we all died, would the koalas still live?
I believe so. Because they're well, I mean, the way that I look at it, I mean, the koalas over here are sort of like a lot of people who are on stream because they're constantly in a drunk state. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
So you never know.
they're eating eucalyptus all day, so they're constantly hammered. So, and that's why they're angry, because I mean, you get woken up by someone prodding you when you've got a hangover.
Yeah.
You're going to try and bite someone or claw them to death.
Well, yeah. Well, then you kind of, they start poking at you, you kind of wonder what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's right, Peter. It's the little spiders and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's the little ones that are the bad ones, but it's the big snakes that are the worst ones.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Because at my old job, we used to have a Eastern King Brown that was about 4.5 meters. So what's that, about 15 foot?
Just a little one.
There he is.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on, brother?
Just a little one. So what's up, Ben?
Having some water since I finished off one dram.
There you go. Stay hydrated. Stay hydrated. Well, apparently I couldn't put that second dram down because I'm steadily drinking through it. So now I'm picking up the other one because I said I wanted to leave it set to open up, but I just keep picking it up and drinking it.
Yeah, I'm going from one end of Canada to the other. I'm going from near Vancouver up to Whitehorse, Yukon next. So.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
I've got to crack the bottles of Lot 40 that Donald gave me.
Oh yeah. He gave you a couple?
When we were over.
Good.
Yeah, the double oak one, and there was just the normal one, wasn't it, Donald? The other one?
Is that what you were talking about with Ken this morning, Chris?
Yeah.
Okay.
How's this gonna work?
Got it?
And it was this morning for me as well, Z-Man.
Yeah. I get it.
It was 2:30 when I went to bed.
Yeah. Well, Ken's just he's a fun hangout. He just is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I get involved in the stream. It's 5 o'clock in the morning out here in Arizona, and I'm on there till 9 o'clock. So I've been on there for 4 hours. What do you think I do at 9 o'clock? I go fucking take a nap.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Get up at noon, have lunch.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do what you got to do.
Lunch.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I got a
guys,
local bar. I have a local bar where I
head off because
What's that, Chris?
we've got to go, and I've got to head off because I've got to go and talk to a man about a new smoker.
Oh, there you go.
I know.
My second Christmas present to myself, other than my brand new Subaru Outback, which I picked up on Christmas Eve.
Oh, you did? I knew you were
Yep.
looking. Yep.
Finally turned up. It took forever, but yeah, it finally turned up.
Hey, if they want to sell one, they'll find it.
Yeah. No shit.
Oh, they had it in stock. It's just that it was on the docks, and the docks were in they're trying to negotiate a pay rise, so they were in go slow mode.
Mm-hmm.
So they're only doing 10% of the work which they would normally be pushing through. So it took forever for my car to get off the dock.
Understood. We have
Josh,
that here.
I've been up to Prince Rupert once in 2008 with Alaskan Cruise. It's beautiful up there. Anyway, sorry to interrupt.
Hey, Tater Dom.
Take care, Chris.
Cheers, brother.
Right on, guys.
Cheers.
Have a good one.
All right, Chris Lil. Have a good morning.
If I
We'll catch you.
if I get more photos of Lil with Scotch bottles, I'll send them through to you, Anthony.
Oh, absolutely. Those are priceless.
But I sent it to Richie Z as well. But I'll pass your number on to my friend Corey, who's in Vegas. If he's still in Vegas, I'll get him to reach out to you, because I said he's got to go to liquor lineup and down to the southern
Oh, yeah.
and Total Wine. So
Oh, yeah. They're past Mandalay. Yeah. Without a
Yeah.
doubt. All right, sir.
yeah,
Appreciate you.
Okay, guys,
Cheers, Chris.
have a good one. See you
All right,
guys.
brother.
Cheers, Chris.
Cheers.
Happy New Year to everyone. If I don't see you before,
Thank you, sir. Same to you.
Yeah,
See you
big
guys.
year.
It's always good when the Australians come to visit. That's for sure.
Yeah.
You know, I haven't seen Faz in a minute.
He was on Vicstream last night, I believe.
Oh, okay. I know it. Well, I know he's around, but I personally haven't seen him in a minute.
Well, it's just like Chris, his hours or so.
Well, yeah. Well, he's a Kiwi, so
Yeah.
he's a Kiwi.
I was on there for off and on for a few hours.
Well,
I get
good.
off, take a nap like I normally do, give it up.
Good.
I think I came across him once, like a week and a half ago. But yeah, same thing. I think it had been 4 or 6 months since I would talked to him.
Yeah.
Mhm.
He does get on. Because he was doing the home brewing in the garage.
Lil, we'll make a sophisticated person out of you yet.
Mm.
Little Scotch does a
Okay.
body good.
Oh.
Was with the Bourbon Hound?
Oh, man. You know, between the first and the second, the more I'm going back and forth. And again, the second pour, the new one that I opened, seems to be a much easier sipper, smoother. I hate to use that term, but
I don't know
Sometimes it fits.
over this.
Why can't you use the word smooth when you're drinking?
Well, I
Of
don't
course.
like that term because, you know, in essence, it's a big novice term, but it fits in certain circumstances.
Yep.
And so
If
I use
it's
it
good,
sparingly.
if it's good going down, it's a smooth whiskey.
It's good. It's good. But the second one just has a much better rounded whiskey. I mean, they're both 15 years, but this one being in the cask for 15 years versus the hogshead, it has some better qualities
All right.
when it comes to the sipping. You know, this is just seems to be a little more rounded, a little more balanced. You know, let me see here. Hold on, Donald.
I think the smooth
Correct.
aspect of it is a whiskey tube term.
But I will say this, Donald. That's what I'm saying is they're both the nose, you know, are almost similar. The one that was in the cask has a much sweeter nose. I can pick that out. But it seems more polished than this because this has some spice to it. This does not. This does not. It's a very delicate sipper. It's a very delicate sipper.
Sorry, Anthony. So you're sipping 2 Tamdhus. One's a 15, and what's the other one?
It's a 15.
Okay.
And so the first one is the Old Malt Cask. It's a
Oh, okay.
yeah, it's Douglas Lang, I do
Yeah,
believe.
yeah.
Hunter Lang, yeah.
I'm sure that one's a belter.
Yep. This is nice. This is nice. I like it a
It's
lot.
also a 15. Okay.
It's a 15, but it's indie. Now
Yep.
this is Tamdhu itself.
Yep.
15 finished in the Sherry Cask itself.
Okay.
And wow, it's nice. It's just more refined. It's more polished
Hmm.
on that one versus the Old Malt Cask. And the Old Malt Cask
Okay.
is fine. It's absolutely
Mhm.
fine.
Are they both like 46 or 48?
One
ABV?
is 50, and then
Okay.
the other one here is 46.
Yeah.
So it's still a nice ABV
Hmm.
on it. I like the little bit higher. I'm a proofy bitch. I've never said I wasn't, but I like it. However, if it's dram among some good friends, both of them are perfect. But this one is just such a well-rounded sipper.
Yeah.
Such a-
I have no interest in Macallan. I'd rather get a Tamdhu, I think. Even though I've only ever had one sample and it was a catch strength, which is great.
the people in here that I'm pretty sure have had the taste of some Macallan, just a 12 or the 15,
Yeah.
and they were good, but neither, the Macallan 12 that I had, and I don't remember it was the double or what. It's been a minute.
Yeah, I think I had a
But I
sample
can
of a double
assure you,
oaked.
it did not make me want to go over and lay the dead presidents on the counter and take home a bottle.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It just didn't. It is not bad, but and there you go, hanging. You said it. It is not bad. It is a good whiskey, but it's just
Yeah.
not worth $80. It didn't make me go.
Macallan, it
"Oh."
seems like to me Macallan 12 or any Macallan is for people who don't know what whiskey is. But maybe
If
I'm
you want to
being a
try
snob.
it, it's their core range. This is Macallan. Everything
Mhm.
starts from here, and then the older you get, well, this is what it's going to taste like. But like the Tamdhu 15, depending on how they like this one finished it in this sherry, that could change from this 15 to that 15, and which is evident in these two bottles right now. But Macallan just it just wasn't worth it. Oh, it's worth 40 all day long. I'd have bought two at $40.
Mm.
I definitely would have bought two at $40. But yeah, for the $80 plus, oh no. Oh, absolutely, Kathy. And that's the thing that I always try to let people know that, hey,
That's
you
what I
can
was
get
trying
this
to
for
say.
$50. You
Thank
can
you,
get
Kathy.
this for $60. It's an excellent buy all day long, and it's readily available still on the shelf. It's not like this particular one, they only got a couple of cases, and it was as fast as they could take it out. People that know what it was were grabbing it and pulling it, and I just was lucky.
Good.
Right place, right time, and literally got the last one.
Good.
But when you can find something that's affordable, that's tasty, that has some character, and you can just go back and get another bottle for a reasonable amount and something that you can afford to drink regularly, not occasionally, that it's a hitter. It's an absolute hitter. And I hate to say it, but you want to let people know this who enjoy the spirit, the craft that goes into it, who prefer that style of whiskey. You just got to tell them. You just got to tell them without a doubt.
I was just at my brother's place a couple days ago, and we had the Abalor 12. It's 40% sherry finished. It's great. It's good. It's an easy sipper.
Yep.
Goes down quick. It's a great one to share.
And if you want to see what Abalor is like for the money, it isn't bad. Now,
of course, I prefer the Abana, but hey, I'm not gonna.
Let me just say this: let's just say the $60 for the bottle. Just using that as a number. You want to experience the distillery, and people say, "Oh, well, get this one; it's much better." Well, you know what? If you don't like the core range, let's just say they're 12, because that's where it's starting. Everything goes from there. Well, you may not like the rest of it.
Yeah.
You may not like the rest of it.
Well, the reason we were doing that is every Christmas. Well, about 3 years ago, my brother got given by a close friend of ours a Cragganmore Distillers Edition.
Mm-hmm.
It was bottled in 2021, I think, or no, 2019. He got it in 2021 for Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
It's raspberries in a glass, and we only share it at Christmas because it was a gift at Christmas, and it's just perfect.
That's
It's
why
perfect.
that Midwinter's Night's Dram, my wife got me not this Christmas, last Christmas.
Mhm.
And I like it. It has its place. I have probably sampled out 3 or 4 2-ounce samples from it. And I've probably had 2 or 3 pours in the last 2 Christmases out of it. Personally, I
Yeah.
had one this past, matter of fact, I don't remember if it was Christmas Day or Christmas Eve or something like that. But I had a nice pour of it because I took it with me to Yuma. But Kathy, that Craig Alecky 13, it is a great sipper. And let me show you something. I just happen to have it here.
I still need to try it. Craig Alecky. Hear good things about the 13 and the 17.
Now, you'll have to look because it's just not around. But this is a Craig Alecky finished. It's a Craig Alecky 13 finished in an Armagnac cask. Now, this is my backup. It is an amazing dram, So this is my backup. I have one opened, and I reviewed this a while ago, Kathy. But if you find one of these, and they're I will say this, they're like hen's teeth because they're just not laying there. But a lot of people still don't know what it was, so they're on the shelf. But I think this was right around 70, 75 when I picked it up. But a great buy, but finished in Armagnac. Beautiful, beautiful flavors on that Craig. So if you see that, wow, it is an excellent dram to sit back and have it. It truly is a great
Oh,
dram.
Mitch.
And the 18, you're right, it does. But boy, people tell me that 18, Peter, is a wonderful drop on that. Yes, it goes up in price. I think the 18 I saw here for about $1.50, $1.80, somewhere around there on the 18. I don't know what it is for you up in the Great North, Peter, but I'm sure if I'm going to pay $1.50, you got to be around $2.
Well, maybe Peter or someone else can answer this question. Who produces Tamdhu? Like, what company do they fall under?
That's them.
Just the independent,
No,
independently run.
they're still active. They're still producing their own distillate.
So kind of like Glenn Farkless, then, just
Yep, they've been
not
in business
associated
since
with any.
I said 1887. It's 1897. They're
Good.
still active. 4 million liters a
I
year.
probably even knew that.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. In 2009, it got mothballed for a bit, and then it was sold to Ian McLeod in 2011. Let's see. Yep.
So just a sole owner.
Yep. This is 2023's year. I got to get 2025, but
Okay.
and this is my quick reference when I want to look at stuff. But Tamdhu is amazing. I said they're still going. They. In other words, it's not Diageo or somebody like that.
We lost Z, man.
It happens. He'll be back eventually.
If you don't mind, maybe I'll tell you about what I'm sipping on.
No, that's what we do here.
Two Brewers is up in the Yukon in Whitehorse, north of British Columbia, east of Alaska. It was started by two gentlemen about 15 or 20 years ago. It started out as a brewery, and then maybe about a decade ago they got into distilling. It's a craft brewery, craft distillery, and small batches. and they're up to batch 45 now, I think. But the one I got is, Total Wine in the States, of course. Up here in Canada, we have kind of a branch off of that, and it's called Wine and Beyond. I think it's connected to the same company, just different countries.
Yeah.
And they were celebrating 10 years in Canada in 2022, I believe, or 2023, one of those two. And I ended up getting a 10-year anniversary 2 brewers at 58%. So it's kind of a special cask pick.
That would be 58 ABV. Oh, yes.
They have excellent stuff at 43%. It's just melons in a glass. It's just fantastic. Okay, there you go. Batch 46 is out. Yeah.
There you go. It's good to have people on that know what we're talking about to help us out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is only my third bottle of 2 brewers I've had. The last one I had was a peated at 43%. It was absolutely amazing. Lightly peated. Perfect. It was beautiful.
Now,
then the other one,
was it peated or was the grain just smoked? You know what I'm saying? Or did it actually say peat on the bottle that you know of?
Yeah, it was peated on the bottle.
Okay.
And I'm actually quite good friends with the gentleman up in Edmonton who's the rep for the company. Because he's a beer guy, and he's been a beer guy probably longer than I've been alive. But he was down here in my city in May, and I got to talk to him for 2 hours and help give out samples at a food and drink expo kind of thing. He had a display or whatever, and it was a great time. Oh, Craig Elke 14, interesting. There's still one of those Scotch distilleries I still need to try.
Oh, there's so many of them that we all need to try. I tell people, this isn't a sprint, it's a marathon.
People probably are more familiar with Craig Elke instead of Craigan more, but because it's Diageo. But
yeah,
there you go. It's a one-off, never repeated. Yep.
Yeah,
if you fall in love with one, you have to get more than one bottle of it.
I was just going to say it's probably more also of a limited run. In other words, they're only going to make so much, and it gets passed out. And once it's gone, unless you realize, holy smokes, this is amazing, and get up off your butt, get in the car, and get down to the shop and pick up another one or two. It's gone.
Like I have a bottle 105 out of 252. So there you go.
There you go. Well, I understand that.
Well, it's at 58%, so they're less bottles.
Mm-hmm.
Get a lot more out of it if it's 43 or 46.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally understand that. Totally understand that, without a doubt. But Kathleen, those independent bottlers, don't shy away from them. A lot of people don't know. They really have some good stuff on there. And sometimes, just I'm going to use Alexander Murray just for a reference, but they might not be able to tell you it's Tamdhu or from Correggamore, or from Lafroig because they have an NDA, but they bought some barrels, put it under theirs, and sold it. And it's excellent juice, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 year, 18 year. I have this one right here that my wife got me this past, not Christmas is in 2024, but 23. She got me this this Duncan Taylor. It's a 30-year, and it is amazing. This Scotch. They say, oh, well, it's blended, but it's all 30-year-old malt. It's 30-year-old each one. This is a nice nice dram. 40 ABV. I wish it was 43, but this still is extremely flavorful and at a good price
Mhm.
at the time. So, and it was under $250. So if you figure $10 a year for a base price to gauge whether it's what you want or not is a good thing. But this is a really, really good bottle of juice. I took this with me when I went down there, and I had a pour or two of this over the holiday week. I was down there, but let me tell you, again, another indie that you don't want to pass up. They're really, really good.
Okay, I still need to watch that video from John.
Yeah,
Good.
It's good whiskey. There's
Yeah. He's
without
only
a
2
doubt.
hours away from me.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And
He's north of Edmonton in a place called St. Albert.
I have another one, and I'm just
Mhm.
like, what did I do with it? It might be in the back, but it's another indie, and oh my goodness, it is so good. I got a box of booze here on the floor. It's right in front of my nose. So this is a 22-year-old Alexander Murray and Company from Tobermory, and it was a pick for Total
Oh,
Wine here.
man.
And if I would have known 3 or 4 years ago
Yeah.
how good this juice was,
Yeah.
I would have bought another.
I've only had a sample of Tobermory 12, but I love their Lecheg, which is the peated.
Oh, let me just say this,
Fantastic.
Abby. I know where there are a few of these left, a few, but I paid $99 for this bottle during the
Right.
pandemic because Total Wine didn't pick it up. Another retailer did, Lee's here in Vegas, picked it up, and I bought it for $100.
Mm.
So Total Wine must have found some in their warehouse over the last year, brought it out again at $170 for the same damn bottle.
I was going to say 150, but oh well.
And I'm going to just say this. It's good enough that I stared at it for the longest time and like, and it is worth the money,
Right.
but I paid $60, $70 less for it a few years ago.
Yeah.
That's the part. It's hard for me.
Yeah.
That's the part. It's like,
Yeah,
it's the
that's
green bottle.
like
It's the juice.
$2.20 Canadian or something like that.
And I know it's there and I
Mhm.
want it so bad. I'm close. The fingers aren't together, but I'm so close because I know that this is good. This has a suggestion of peat to it that
Okay. Yeah.
really goes so nice. And it's 53.8 ABV.
Mm.
And it's refilled sherry butts, so it has a little sherry influence on it. And oh my goodness, is it good? And I haven't touched it in a minute. There's some dust on the bottle, but don't let it fool you about what's inside because it's really, really good. That's for darn sure. I mean, yes, there's a little something like that's floating in there, but I don't care. But I know where that came from. That came off of the cork a little bit, and so let me just. Yeah, it's just a little cork, and it's a real cork. But oh my gosh! Oh,
My next question is, what month is your birthday, Anthony?
It's June every year.
No.
Yeah, it's June every year.
Yeah, I agree with Peter. There's so much good single malt or just Alberta whiskey out in the last 5 years. We're having a boom here.
Hmm.
There seems to be a new distillery coming out with something once or twice a year now.
You know, now for me to get to Canada, I pretty much not only do I need a passport, birth certificate, cash, a couple of reference letters and everything else. But when I
Mm,
was a kid back in the 70s, walking
yeah.
across the bridge to go to Niagara Falls, like I walked from my front yard to my neighbor's front yard.
Oh,
Nobody
okay,
said
so
boo.
you grew up in Niagara Falls, New York?
I grew up in Pennsylvania,
Oh, okay,
but my dad lived up north in Erie, Pennsylvania. So for us
right.
to jump in the car and take a couple hour drive, go to Canada, watch a bunch of
Okay,
water fall off a cliff.
yeah.
Yeah. And then
We
in
were
the
there in
winter,
October and absolutely loved it. We want to go back again.
I mean, there's somewhere they have it. I haven't seen it in forever and a day, but part of me's in Canada, the other part's in the US because the line's right there as you cross the bridge. I forget the name of the damn bridge, but
It's called Rainbow Bridge. Yeah.
it is literally you see a lot of rainbows there
Oh,
from the
okay.
falls. But anyway, um,
Cool.
you yeah, you just walked across left and right, drove through like you were driving down the street in front of your house. That's
Yeah,
what it was like in the 70s.
I
That's how we
believe it.
got into Canada. No one said boo. Nobody.
Yeah.
Nobody. I don't ever remember answering. I was a kid, but I don't remember answering questions with my parents or having to go through what you go through now.
Well, I found when we walked across the Rainbow Bridge into New York State, it was a pretty easy, pretty quick process. With the passports now, they just scan it, beep it, and they ask a couple, 2, 3 questions. Like, okay, you're good to go. It took 5 minutes. It
Mhm.
wasn't too bad.
No, really, if I have my passport, I could skip across just like I leave my house and walk right over to my neighbor's yard.
Mhm.
That's it.
Well, yeah, with Canada, are the top two tourist destinations is Niagara Falls and Banff National Park, basically.
I don't.
So I'm not complaining. I'm only 3 hours away from Banff.
Well,
So
I have no interest in going back to Niagara Falls. It's a bunch of water
mhm,
falling off a cliff. I've seen it
yeah,
many times. I haven't seen it as an adult,
okay.
so maybe I would appreciate it more. But rode that Maid of the Mist thing, and I mean, there's pictures of
Oh,
me on the bow of the boat, and I don't know. It's
that's
and
interesting, AZ. I always thought Americans liked the exchange rate coming up here. Huh.
I don't have a problem with the exchange rate. Mhm.
I think it's our dollar now is right around 70 cents or 69 cents on the dollar now.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, exactly, Peter. Yeah, that's like me living 2 hours from Gettysburg.
ah,
Never been there until I moved here and went back. And my parents, myself, and my wife went for a long weekend. One time I was
well,
home, took
that sucks,
a little,
Peter. We were in Niagara Falls for like 3 or 4 days in October last year.
but yeah, like you said, Peter, bunch of water falling off a cliff. Bleh.
Well, the thing about the mountains is there's so many other places you can go look, and it's all kind of brand new.
Yeah.
So you get a new experience each time almost.
Now I have to pull this out because this is another indie, but this is a Klein leash, and this is a 15-year-old independent bottler that
Oh,
I did a review on. The classic cask.
okay,
Oh,
yeah.
this Klein leash is so good, so good, and they're all sold out here. So this is one
Mm.
of 342 bottles. Now, it was at number one or was it 248? I don't know, but um, it's 43 ABV. I think the ABV is nice on this. What I did not like, and it happened when I did the stream, the original cork, Baroque.
Oh,
So this is a Redwood Empire cork.
Uh-huh.
They make a few others for different ones. They make a particular one called Triple R Russian River Rye for total wine. And I saved the corks from different
Yep.
bottles because you never know where you're going to need them. It doesn't fit all the way in, but I don't care. I just need it to go so far. But oh yeah, this is nice. This is a nice one, and it's oh my gosh.
I take it there's night and day comparison to the regular 14. It's way better.
Well, you know what? I've not had another Klein leash to say yay or nay.
Oh, okay.
So, but I saw this one and I picked it up for like $50. I
Sounds
should
like
have
a steal.
bought 3, but didn't know, and I didn't open it right away.
Right.
And when I really after it opened up, because you can see where it is in the bottle, it's past the shoulder. Once I realized, man, this is a tasty little bit of juice. Yeah, it was too late. But that's all right.
Yeah, when I get a new one and they don't seem to stay closed for very long.
Yeah. But you know, like I said, these independent bottlers don't always turn your nose up at them. You want to look at them, you know.
Yeah.
Honestly.
That's kind of what happened with my first dram today. The one from near Vancouver. It was a distillery I've never heard of before. I've never tried them before. I basically bought it blind, but I had heard, like someone mentioned, John, the whiskey neighbor, had done a review on it, and maybe one other person, and I went based on that. And boy, was I so happy I bought it. It's very flavorful. It's a blend of like 4 different kind of wine casks, and then they put it in together, and it is quite flavorful. I think it's 46%, so it's got great flavor. It's like Pedro Jimenez and
oh yeah, the PX Sherry.
Sherry. I have it here, but it's kind of dark, but I can't read it. So,
well,
yeah,
in my
rum.
opinion, I love the PX finish.
Yeah, rum, port, sherry, dessert wine cask. Okay, maybe not PX, but boy, is it rich. Do you get much local stuff in Nevada? Like, you guys only have like maybe 2 or 3 distilleries in the state, or what?
So we have Smoke Wagon here.
Yeah, right.
So
That's
Smoke
probably the big
Wagon's
boy.
here. It's just a couple of miles from me south.
Sorry, which one?
And then Frey Ranch is like 7 hours north of me. Let me think. Excuse me. Hold on. Let me just think for a second. Yes, 7 hours north of me here. And then we have another boutique type of distillery in Henderson. They used to be called Las Vegas Distillery. They sold. I think they still use that name. And I found them a few years ago. And that was one of those bottles where I was getting back into whiskey. It was pre-pandemic. And my dad really enjoyed the bottle. So I wasn't really into it a lot. I liked it, but he did. So I didn't have any. And the only time I would have it is when he would come and visit. And when I realized how good it was, I went back to Total Wine to get it, and it was gone. But they only made so many of that batch just for Total Wine, and every label was written by hand.
Right.
Yeah, I still have the bottle somewhere. I didn't get rid of the bottle because it was just interesting. But oh, is that good? Now I have a later version of it where they have the machine label. I haven't opened it. It's around here somewhere. Matter of fact, I've actually can tell you I've lost track of that one, but it's here, and I'm tempted to open it up at one point in time. Yes, it is MGP or what Ross and Squib now is who bought MGP. But I hear that, and if anybody knows, and maybe Richie knows, I don't know if he's still on, but I hear there's a little turmoil at Ross and Squib, and they got a lot of backlog of whiskey there at MGP. Mm-hmm.
I think here in Alberta, we maybe got about a dozen whiskey distilleries. But like I said, at least 6 or 8 of them have started releasing stuff in the last 5 years.
Kathy, thank you for coming on, participating in chat, saying hello. Yes, Happy New Year to you. We will see you guaranteed next year. And again, it's a pleasure. Happy New Year's to you and the family. Cheers.
Oh, I'm just so happy for local stuff. I don't know.
Well,
I'm just really enjoying the stuff in Western Canada.
And you know what? Some of that stuff, I tell people, they may be a small distillery, but give them a chance. They may have some good stuff. Yes, I raise an eyebrow when I see aged almost 2 years. And I'm like, but for me, this is Vegas. So if you distilled it and you're aging it here,
right?
It's like Texas. We have a short cycle. We're warmer, so there's a lot more expansion, contraction of the liquid being forced in and out of the barrel. So maybe 2 years is good. Now, if it was 2 years in Tennessee or Kentucky, I probably wouldn't touch the crap with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah, the stuff up here, because of our climate and elevation, it has a tendency to have a higher angel share. And it's the water content that escapes, not the ethanol. So the ABV goes up.
Yep. And then also the quantity they get out goes down, so the price has to go up.
So I've heard of some distilleries here in Alberta having to add water to the barrel. So
yeah. So there are some distilleries that will proof their whiskey over time, not one fell swoop. They'll do it over time to get it to that 43, 46, 48, 50, whatever the ABV they've chosen is the one. But they will do it over time to allow the whiskey to properly absorb the water, to give it some time to really just blend with the rest of the whiskey, and then do that. Now, not all of them do that. It's very popular, though, in Irish whiskey. Found that out watching Stacy a couple of weeks ago, listening to, oh my God, I forgot the brand and the guy. I could see him. But anyway, they talk about that when they do their whiskey, they dilute it over time. Not basically in one big dump. Boom, here it is, get it out.
Yeah.
No, they don't do that.
I just reminded him, the thing is there's a local brewery in my city where I'm at, and they've been around for about 8 or 9 years now. Small distillery, small brewery, but then about 6 or 7 years ago, they decided they wanted to get into distilling and get into whiskey, so they released their first 3-year-old as soon as they could, which was Christmas around 21. Yeah, about 3 years ago. And they don't water it down. Everything they release is pretty much cask strength, which is usually around 56, 58%. And just a little 56%. Grain hedge. And it's absolutely amazing stuff. The reason I like them is they really focus. Their focus is highlighting the historical significance around the province of the grain elevators.
Oh no, but see, when you find craft whiskeys like that from
Mhm.
the area
Yep.
who celebrate the heritage that they have with distilling
Mhm.
the grains, there's something to that, in my opinion. There's something to that. And when you have a whiskey that's 52, 56, 58 ABV, I love that. And
Yep.
everyone knows I'm not a fan of adding water to whiskey. However,
Mhm.
it has its place. And
Yeah.
when you get whiskey like that has some ABV, that you can literally take your eyedropper like I have with my distilled water and drop, 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 drop into a dram, proof it down a smidge, round the edges off, bring out some other notes. It does make a difference. And
Yeah.
so I'm not against that, particularly in the higher ABVs.
Yeah.
43, 46 ABV, no.
Yeah.
Even 50, I will say
That's
that I probably would not
yeah.
proof it down by adding water.
And-
But when you're
Mhm.
north of 50, yes, I would think about it.
Like with Grain Hedge, they've had a couple of barrel picks from Wine and Beyond that they've had in the liquor store, right? And they've been 43 or 46%. And I've only had samples of them, but this last release they had, they called it Meeting Creek, which was a very small village, like 2 hours southeast of Edmonton, where there was a grain elevator. And they just came out with Meeting Creek #3 in October. And I told my brother, hey, they just came out with a #3 because we both had a bottle of #2 and loved it. I just killed mine last week, my #2. So we opened his #3, and it's like 6. The oldest barrel is 6 years old, but the youngest one is 3. So they have to legally call it a 3-year-old, right? So, but it is so much better. Like we immediately both said we prefer the 3 over the 2. It's so much more sophisticated. It's sweeter and not as dry. Like the #2 had quite a dry, spicy note to it. And like we immediately said we preferred the 3 over the 2. And I had a sample of the 3 from the distillery they gave me, and I had compared it with my 2, and I had said the same thing. And it's getting so much better and better and better. Every year they release another expression.
Well, I hope they take some of the feedback too that they get from people like
yeah,
who discuss this with them. Hey, this was really great, or I think this could be better if you tried this or if you tried that. I mean, I'm sure they get that all the time.
Oh,
but
they're a distillery that's very dialed into their fan base and their enthusiasts that love their product, which is great.
Well, it is. It is. If you have a great core, in other words, your first one you did, that's it, and you base everything from there with
that
maybe
went
some
off in fire.
variation. I think
It exploded.
that's what you need. So the person that I was trying to remember, James remembered for us, and he posted it. So that was the gentleman that, when I was talking about how some distillers will proof their whiskeys down over time to reach
Okay.
the level they want. So that's the guy that was on 4 Leaf Whiskeys a few weeks ago from Oklahoma.
Okay.
And anyway,
That's not a name I'm familiar with, but okay.
Listening to him and talking about how they proof their whiskeys and proof them down.
So is this gentleman Irish whiskey then?
Yeah. On Stacy's channel, I guarantee you.
Yeah, of course. From Ireland? Yeah.
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
I just love seeing all of these live stream channels have on master blenders. It doesn't matter if it's bourbon or Canadian or Scotch or Irish. It's just absolutely amazing to see people talking directly to the people creating what they're drinking. It's
Oh, sure.
it's wonderful.
Oh, sure. Absolutely. And Stacy's a great ambassador for Irish whiskey
Of
in
course.
general.
Yeah.
She truly is. I mean, I have the utmost respect for her. 4-leaf whiskey. She is, as far as I'm concerned, she's the authority when it comes to Irish whiskey. I mean,
And coming back to, she really loved her trip up here last year.
yes, she talks about that. Yes, she said it was an excellent time.
And she wants to come back, which is great.
I mean, Stacy is to Irish whiskey like Aquavita is to Scotch.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense to everybody?
Yeah, or let's say Jason Mash and Drum is to bourbon, or
absolutely, or exactly. Yep. ADHD whiskey.
Yep.
Okay. I do believe if he says something, we listen.
I've kind of lost track of American channels and who's doing very well and who's big or not anymore. But
Stacy, like I said, is as far as I'm concerned, in the States, I don't know of anybody on WhiskeyTube that has that market locked up.
Is there anyone else who has a whiskey channel that talks about Irish? Really?
Not
all that much?
No.
Yeah.
No.
This is one reason why I like people like Mark with the Northwest Bourbon. His focus is veterans and
absolutely. Northwest
making
Bourbon,
sure that veterans aren't drinking alone. You're not alone. We're here for you. You can talk to us if you need help, and you don't have to drive. So the whole DUI task force is great, but everyone has their own little niche or part of the corner of the market, so to speak.
Hey, Eric, I can't argue. And as a matter of fact, if you have some in your lineup, I'm going to have to get some in mine because I've already went chatting with Ben and everybody else here. I already went through one. I have a little bit left, and I'm going to pour me some of that because I held it in my hand and I talked to Kathy about it. Now Eric's got it in his glass. I mean, I have got
sounds like a belter.
I have got to do it. I've got to do it.
I'm not too familiar with Armagnac. Like I just haven't really bought anything else. So
now,
okay, Kensington Irish single cask, cool.
Is a grape in France, so it's a cask. But anyway, how about that guy Whiskey Nose? That schmuck? Are you kidding me?
All I'll say is I think I was one of the first people to start following him.
That guy thinks Thunderbird is top notch. Come on, really? Whiskey Nose? Does he really knows whiskey? Anyway, Marty and I are trying to get together with Mr. Great Shot because Grandpa dropped off us some samples that we have got to review. So as soon as he gets back in town and we all get on the same page, we're gonna do a stream together one night. Could be during the week, might be on mine. I don't know, but we'll let you all know. That's for sure. But I got to get some. I got to get that Craig Alecky out. Oh, absolutely. Hang on, 4-leaf whiskey. Absolutely, she's spot on. She is spot on. She is absolutely spot on.
Very true, Peter. I'm a huge fan of Two Brewers and Grain Hedge, and then there's another one in Calgary called Bridgeland.
Absolutely.
Cool, the cool thing about Bridgeland is that they have 500 milliliter bottles, but it's a square bottle. And it's about 50, 60 bucks, 50, 55. So if you really wanted to, you could go and buy bourbon style corn-based Alberta whiskey or a single malt, and for 110 bucks Canadian, you have a 1 liter. You have 500 milliliters of both. So
I can tell you, Eric, that that Craig Alecky 13 finished in the Armagnac. Yeah, it's no.
And that's
good.
the 13, Anthony, right?
This is the 13. I told you I have a backup. This was the first bottle, and with Craig
Alecky 13, is that more just like orchard fruit? just generally speaking?
Oh, it is sublime. Hold on. Let me have this last sip here.
Like Armagnac, like I don't know much about Armagnac, but that's kind of just a different style of brandy, right? Or am I wrong? Sorry, Anthony. Enjoy it.
It was a little more in the glass than I'm salivating, than I anticipated. When I took the sip, I'm like, oh, there's a little more in there than I thought. Yes, Armagnac is a grape, and they take that cask and finish the whiskey in that. Let me get a clean Glen here.
You know, there's another distillery. Their focus is more on gin and cocktails, but in Edmonton called Strathcona, and they do their whiskey is all wheaters. And one of the first,
in my opinion, I like a wheater. I like wheaters.
Well, I think it was their first release, like bottle number 1 they put out on the market, had Armagnac finished influence on it. It was quite good. I was quite happy with it. It was kind of cool though, because I'd entered one of those giveaways on Instagram and I won. So they ended up shipping me 4 free bottles, like bottle number 1, 2, 3, 4. One was a sherry, and the other one, the fourth one was a port, which is a belter. It was like 58%. It was crazy. Very good stuff.
Tell you what, this juice goes down quicker than a fat kid on a seesaw. I'm telling you.
What kind of ABV is that one?
Only 46. It's nice.
That's perfect.
It is. I like 46. To me is the sweet spot.
I'm very happy when I see anything. It doesn't matter what country it's from. If it's at 46 to 48%, I'm like, that's great.
I mean, it's really, really good.
Yeah, just a different region of France, right? Or is it Spain?
No, it's French.
French. Yeah, I thought it was French.
But oh my
Dirty
God.
Cousin. Okay.
It's
talking about cognac. There's that Irish, the Bushmills Causeway 10 cognac. I'm really glad I got a bottle of that.
Oh my gosh. But see, this to me, when I nose it, I get a little grape-esque with the malt, like a white grape. Oh my goodness. Look at this, look at this, look at this. We got royalty here. JH is here. Cheers, man.
Cheers,
Thanks for popping in, man. Saying hello, smashing the like button. Cheers. Of course, I know you're going to find it shocking, but we are drinking some scotch here. But you can have rye, you can have bourbon, you can have American malt.
I'll be honest with you, Anthony. It's been quite a while since I've read the bottle of this Two Brewers, and I was kind of surprised it's not a single malt. It's actually a rye. So like, I'm learning something again for the second time, and I forgot it the first time, but it was like, this is a very nice rye at 58%. It's not too spicy. It's quite juicy and fruity.
I'm just surprised at that here. Eric, what do you notice about the nose on that Armagnac, or the Craig Alecky 13, the Armagnac? Do you get a little fruit-esque, like I get a little white grape on the nose? And smell and taste are subjective. So I just know that Eric was or is drinking the same thing I am right now.
Good. Anytime I get a grape note, whether it's a nose or on the palate, I just love it. Grape is one of my favorites.
Clean nosing. I mean,
good. So at 46%, you can get your nose in there, right?
Beautiful. Pardon me?
At 46%, you can get your nose right into the glass. Eh?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Ethanol is
Minor.
it's not there. It's such a pleasant nose. It's such a it really just is a great nosing. I like it.
I think whatever little influence I've had with cognac or armagnac on whiskey, I'm really enjoying.
You know, Eric, absolutely on the pair. Absolutely on the pair. You will get that.
Wow. I like white grape. That's good.
And I would almost go as saying like a Bartlett pear, a crisp green Bartlett pear. Because I generally eat those, so.
So is it just the two of you trying that Craig Alecky at the moment, or?
He just happens to have the same bottle I do.
Yeah.
It's just
Good.
one of those things. When you're a connoisseur in whiskey like we all are, not a connoisseur, we're just connoisseurs, you know. Some of us are bound to have the same thing.
I can't see what your view count is, so I don't know how many people are watching, but
I don't know, we got 14 or 15 now. We had 30 something on earlier. But I think 21090 started and somebody else. And there's no live wire, so some will probably fade over to 21090 because I know that I forget what the heck they were doing tonight. But I generally eyeball to see what's going on, and Stacy even talked about it. But anyway, I stumbled upon this Craig Alecky about a year ago, and I had a pour of it, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, this is lovely." And so he took me over, and he said, "I only have 3 left," so I picked up 2. Home, and I got into that bottle. I mean, I was in on it like a starving person on a Ritz. And I was like, oh my gosh. I went back down and bought the 3rd bottle that was there on the shelf because it was that good.
Well, I finally got, okay, good. I finally got smart and got a different phone, so now I can see the chat. So.
Oh, he got that gifted to him. Look at, there you go.
Oh, even better.
Take a sample, Eric. And you are right. The community itself, and I've said this before, people who don't know Whiskey Tube don't know us.
Yeah.
They don't understand how we give back to the people of the community that's part of this. And if they would just see some of the works that go on in fundraising for different events, and like Whiskey Mountains does with her Alzheimer's, and people who don't know, Whiskey Mountains has her doctorates, and she works on a cure for that. So on her channel, one of the things she does every year, she has a huge fundraiser for that. And the community really turns out and contributes to that cause in more ways than one, and raise a lot of money in excess of $10,000 every time she has done this. So we're not all about just sitting here and drinking whiskey. We do it, but we have a purpose. We like to talk about this hobby, but we also give and support one another. And that's one of the amazing things that Eric's talking about. And it's not just me. There's Eric telling you and the people that will be watching this later on or watching it now or just listening who don't know truly what we do and how we work. But yes, it is amazing to get gifts, people that drop off the samples. And I've said this more than a dozen times. I'm so
Well, I've
great.
kind of lost track of how many times. I know it's somewhere between 6 to 12 different times over the last 5 years. Someone ends up with a unexpected tragedy or something, and then everyone kind of just chips in and does a fundraiser for them, and it's just absolutely phenomenal to see.
And I'll take it hanging, especially an Irene tan. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And then here's Whiskey Mountain's YouTube channel. But I'm just saying she is a marvelous, marvelous person, and her work. I mean, yes, we need a cure for that terrible, terrible affliction. That's for sure.
Yeah, Peter, I think those samples were probably at least 2 years ago, if not 3 years ago. So thank you.
Yes.
That's for sure. But now I'm going to sip some of this stuff because I can't take it anymore. But I'm telling you, it has a great nose, that malt, the pear, the grape. And there's no ethanol on this nose. Of course, my bottle's been open for a minute and there's like that much at the bottom of, from the bottom. So, but it is wonderful.
How long are you going to hold on to that bottle before you kill it off?
Yes.
So who knows? Could be another month, could be 3 months or whatever. I have a backup, so I'm good. So when it's gone, I don't know if and when I'll open the backup, but I have one. And that's me. When I like something and I really like it, I have a backup because, especially that bottle. That was one of the quickest I have went through a bottle in a while, or at least that far. But I have also, I've probably done at least 3 samples from that bottle, if not 4. So about 8 ounces went to samples because it's like, yeah, you guys got to try this because it's not something that you're just going to find.
Yeah.
When I had my Pappy, I probably had 2 or 3 nice pours out of that, and the vast majority of that Pappy I sampled out. My GTS, same thing. I've had probably 2 nice pours out of the bottle, and the vast majority of it I sampled out to people for them to experience because they may never get the chance to do it. And I share the stuff that way, I just do. I'm never going to drink it all. And once I've had it, I'm good. So when I had the first sip of the Tamdhu I just opened today, that urge, oh my gosh, I want to get into that bottle. I want to get into that bottle before the holidays was okay. I knew it was there, but because I already had a sample and I knew it was good, that really helped me not open that bottle to get a dram or 2 out of it to taste it. But once I get that initial kick out of the way, I'm good. I don't have that personality that it's like I gotta finish it. I gotta finish it. I gotta finish it. I gotta finish it because it's evident behind me quite a few bottles open that they're not finished. And for me to finish one bottle could take me 3, 4, 5 years. I just finished, what was that I finished? Was it a Wilderness Trail? It was our Wilderness Trail. No, it was not. Crap. I don't finish many, but you think I remember what the hell it was? Wasn't Still Austin. Oh, crap. Anyway, but it takes me a minute to finish them.
Oh yeah.
Now
I've only
it didn't
killed
take
6
me a minute to
bottles
finish
this year.
Pappy because I sampled a lot of that out. As a matter of fact, I did the bottle kill of the Pappy on Livewire. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't go through that many bottles at all in any year. It's usually only around half a dozen each time. And again, my collection's only around 50 or so, or 40 at the lowest.
Oh, Eric, spot on. His comment is spot on. I thought I saw him mention something about
Absolutely.
sharing
100%.
whiskey. I had to go back and find it. But yes, absolutely. Because one, they may not be able to get that whiskey, or two, they just may not be able to afford it. It's not that they don't. They just, they have a family or whatever. Or they have, I don't know, their means, let's say. And if I have it, I have no problem. Here, I'll give you one.
Like Hagen AZ is saying with sharing, like I'm kind of going through that with a friend of mine right now. Every Tuesday, I'm letting him try 1 or 2 new things.
Mm-hmm.
Really enjoying it. Like that first dram I had today from near Vancouver. That was one of his favorites.
Hey, what goes around comes around.
Oh yeah, like the amount of stuff I get given to me is pale in comparison to what I'm able to. I'm actually, yay! I finally get to help help someone else climb the ladder behind me.
And I'm going to use this term because it works. In other words, you bless somebody with a gift.
Yeah,
it comes back to you double, triple.
Well,
truthfully,
okay,
it does.
April of 2020. Well, the February, I just met this new guy. He was he lives west of Edmonton. I met him in February. He immediately, under a week, less than a week, he sent me like a full box of 24 samples. Excellent, wonderful guy. In April, he drove down to the city I'm at, and he gave me a box of like 25 bottles.
Yep.
A lot of them were open and only half full, but 1 or 2 of them were not open yet. But one was a Dalwhinnie 15, which was wonderful.
Exactly.
Just let Compass box. That was my first Compass box. Great King Street Glasgow blend, the peated one, and had a great time.
Yeah, I'm telling you. Let me just say this, and I'm going to use Eric because he's a great supporter of this channel. He is a great friend.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I'm going to say that he has blessed me with some hand deliveries of some absolutely sublime whiskey that is just not available here. And I've got a Paul John right here because of him, which it's a Christmas blend from 2023.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely delicious.
Well, I'll say
the Dairymans that he had dropped off here, that it's a South African. I'm not going to get that here. It was, let me just say, it was different, but it was good. I mean, it was good. And I will say this, since he popped on here too,
I will
Whiskey
say this
Uncensored
much. I think
has
Eric, yep,
has Whiskey Uncensored has been a great friend. He's been able to procure some stuff for me. He has dropped off samples here and of stuff that I probably couldn't get. And if I ever mention it to him, he goes, "Oh shit, I probably got that." No, I do. And next thing I know, next time he's in Vegas, I get a sample. And this, like I said, this community is more than what people know. It truthfully is, and a wonderful, wonderful community that we have here. Wonderful.
absolutely.
Oh my gosh, it is the Bourbon Engineer. Cheers, man. Thank you for popping in. Haven't seen you in a bit. Happy New Year's. Merry Christmas. Raise my glass to you, sir. Cheers.
Cheers, bourbon.
Mm. A little Craig Alecky 13 in the glass here tonight. Eric Gunderson happens to have the same thing. Thank you, sir. It absolutely is. You know, I have to maintain a certain level of sophistication and class to the channel. Thank you. Appreciate you noticing. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct.
I think Eric is one of the people, like the top 2 or 3 people I've gotten to know the most this year. And it's been wonderful talking to him in the last 3 to 6 months, specifically.
Well, you know, it's great hanging to have somebody in that field that you can go and talk to. And like the few people that I know here, get samples of stuff and try stuff. And I'm not talking, I always say, I'm not talking that damn little thimble they give you. And you, well, yeah, it tastes like whiskey. Yeah, it seems okay. I'm talking, they get me a glass and they pour some whiskey in the freaking glass. And I'm not exaggerating, that you can actually appreciate and see if it's worth putting it down. So, I mean, I'm lucky to live in Las Vegas. And it doesn't happen at all the places like that. But a lot of the places will, if they have a bottle open of a particular one that they have out there, they'll let you have a taste. But a couple of the places I go know me. I frequent them a lot. And Chris was talking about earlier, one of them is Liquor Lineup here on my side of town. And they're an excellent retailer with fair prices. Their prices are fair. Not secondary. We have a museum store that's not far from here. And Livewire has been there. Storytime Distillery has been there with me. Big Vic's been there. Chris and Lil have been there with me. It's a museum store. We've talked about it. And Chris even joked, he goes, prices here are higher than in Australia. I'll go back home and buy it. I'll save $100. I go, yeah, there's a reason why it's behind the glass. And that's why we call it, the museum store. Oh, yeah. Well, if it wasn't for Eric, I don't think I would have gotten to experience this Paul John like I have had. Really great. Yeah. That's what Bourbon says. That's what Bourbon says. Oh yeah. And move down here because like I said the chat is
Oh, Mitch.
Oh yeah. Well, my wife has been ill and had to go get one of them tests, but it came back negative, thank goodness. But they had to hold off her infusion. Was supposed to be today, but she'll probably recheck it again tomorrow to make sure she doesn't have it. And then as long as the no fever, which she does seem to have, and they'll reschedule it this week. Oh, yeah. See, it's always a great thing to have. Yes, unfortunately. But you know what, Ben? You might not have been fully over the last time you had the ick, and it just found a few more rungs on the ladder to jump up. But I do wish you well, and maybe get into some hazmat to help the throat. I'm sorry, Bourbon. I didn't mean to laugh at the comment, but hanging that was a good one. I have to admit that was a good one. Sorry, Ben. Composure, Anthony. Anyway, but yeah, this community is awesome, and I appreciate everyone that stops in here, that is here just listening and contributing in chat, because it's it's what the open pub is about. I've got the link up there. People want to pop on and talk about their whiskey that they've experienced, what they've got over the holiday, what they're drinking now, their likes and dislikes, prices. That's what this is for. That's what this is all about. That's for darn sure. And I really appreciate everybody that contributes here in chat and takes the time to appear live with me. Definitely got a shot of pear on that sip. Wow. Really nice. Really, really nice. Thank you, Richie. Appreciate that. But you who support all of us when you're on other streams, I've seen you do it many times, not only for me, Independent Joe, Whiskey Uncensored, 4-Leaf Whiskey, Bourbon Wrench, Whiskey Nose. I mean, I could go on. You pop the link up there and give everybody a plug, and that's really appreciated. Honestly, it is. And if I've not said it recently, thank you for what you do, not only for me, but for the community. And again, that's why you are who you are. And that's why you're a mod on so many different channels, is because you know what this community is about. You know what belongs here, and you know what doesn't. And that is a huge help, not only to me, but to others. So cheers and thank you. Hey, Mark. Cheers. There you go. You got it, Ben. Right from the man. Wash your hands. Hold your breath. Drink more higher proof whiskey. Let it flow through the teeth, over the tongue, wash around a bit, make sure it gets all into the nooks and crannies. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Excuse me. And yes, Whiskey Uncensored. Right there, folks. That is his link. I don't know what I did, but I probably did do it if Mark said so. Oh, Mark, you kill me. Hey, dude, you are a huge part of the community. Cheers, man. Oh, my. Look at this. Look at this, everybody. How are you, sir? How's the weather down there? I know it's you're probably going to tell me it's cold and rainy. It's probably nothing unusual this time of year. I hope you had a good Christmas and ready for the new year. It's always great to see Cooler running here. He is totally on the other side of the world, probably 8-10 hours ahead of me.
UK somewhere, right?
Oh, no. He's Ireland, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Pardon me, Cooler running, if I got it wrong, but I do believe that's where he is.
It should be good morning for him then.
Mr. Morgan, he's in the UK and holding things down for us there. Okay, 2:30 a.m. There you go. There you go.
It's getting some more H2O here.
That's it. Stay hydrated.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I've definitely been going through a couple of those based on what I was drinking.
Mm. I really like this Armagnac finish on here. Now a little spicier as compared to the one the Tamdhu finished in the Sherry Cask for the 15 years. Definitely a little more spice. I like it. But I just like the way that finish is on there. It's extremely pleasant. It's windy and raining. Well, I knew the rain would be there. I didn't think you're going to say it. Very unusual. It's a full moon, calm skies, cool, crisp night. You know what? French oak staves in general, unless you are really experienced with them, and I'm going to use Maker's Mark because they use a lot of them. Sometimes I just don't like it. I don't think it has the right influence. And then sometimes, wow, it can be absolutely delicious. Wow. Goodness gracious. You definitely need them wellies then if you're going to go outside there, Peter.
Considering how much snow they got like 2 weeks ago.
I know.
I was shocked when I saw that there were like 6 to 9 inches of snow or something. Now they're getting rain.
Yeah, I don't like straight makers. I mean, have I had it? Yes. Do I drink it? And I actually think I've got. Is that the? Hold on. I got a bottle on the floor here. Yeah, I still got some floor whiskey right here. Oh. I even still have some dust on it. Boom. Maker's Mark 101. Right here. It says a rare taste of our signature bourbon. 50.5 ABV. I've never opened this sucker. I bought it or got it as a gift. I don't remember. Boom. Here we go. I mean, I have some cask strength sitting up there. I got FAE 01. I've never touched it.
Huh.
Never touched it. Yeah. But again, been sitting in the box for 2 years or more. I don't know. I don't remember. I know this was a limited release, the 101 proof. Yeah, so people say you got, yeah, I got the shit. I just don't drink the shit. I know there's a Maker's 46 up there, but that's the cask strength. The FAE 01 is still up there. Bought it when it was the biggest thing. Shows you my enthusiasm to open the damn bottle. That's back when I still had FOMO and I was feared it was going to be missing out on something. That shit has long gone and passed. Yeah, I don't have that FOMO anymore.
They definitely seem to be a distillery that has their lovers and haters.
I don't hate it. I'm just saying it's just I just don't have that. I don't have that FOMO anymore. You know, yeah. I just don't. So that's why I buy some of these. At the time when I bought some of them, it's like, oh yeah, I got to get that. I got to get that because it's here. It's here. It's here. Don't care. And unless it's just like we said, we get to this point to where we're selective and we're more focused on the brands we know and have had and have had success with few, if any, shitters. The vast majority of them have been hitters. So we specifically look for certain things all the time now. So, and
light bulb
that's
just went on in my head.
It happens.
Mark sent me up Maker's Mark. I think it's 55%. Yeah, so like 110, whatever. French stave oak. I'm glad he sent it up to me. It's decent.
Yeah.
I've definitely gone through my 46, normal 46 a lot faster than the one he sent me, but it was a red label that got muled over the border, which is good.
Like I said, people have told me about that, and I bought it. First time I've seen it. I mean, I never pulled it out of that box. I remember them saying that one there is the one you want. I didn't know it was gold until I brought it out. I didn't know. I don't know if I've even shown it on stream now that I think about it to say that I got it. Oh, everyone says that. Absolutely. The 101 was, yeah, it's like,
right.
Holy crap, get rid of that other one and just make this. Exactly. Yeah. It is strange sometimes. They do have some really good prices in California on whiskey.
Yeah.
They do. It's weird.
83 Canadian. Yeah, that's Ontario taxes for you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But, man. That's a nice It's a nice sipping whiskey. Nice sipping whiskey. Those of you that are just popping in, it's a Craig Alecky 13 finished in Armagnac is what's in my glass. I reviewed it a while ago, and Eric had some in his glass. And I'm like, well, I might as well pour some too.
Mm.
So that's what's in mine right now. And I'm just finishing that up and deciding what my final pour of the night will be. I might do the Belvini 15. Glencaddam 10. Johnny Walker Celebratory Blend. That's nice. Oban 12. Twin Foxes. That is a damn good one I haven't had in a minute. Finished with just a slight touch of peat. Tail of
Trying to find
Tokyo.
your last pour there, Anthony.
I'm deciding. I still have some in here. I got Tail of Tokyo. How about a committee release Ardbeg? Had one of those in a minute. Tomatin cask strength. I forgot about that. Not that I forgot. It's there. That damn Highland Park 18. All right, I'll let you pick it again. Tail of Tokyo, Glencaddam 10. You let me know. I got both of them. Think about it. You know, you know what, Cool Running? Totally understand and appreciate that. Eric, okay. I've still got some in here, so let me finish that off, and it will be a pour of Tail of Tokyo. I have not had that in a minute. That is an excellent dram. I reviewed that a while ago, along with the Glenmorangie Tail of Forest. And that I am so amazed that Tail of Forest is still on the shelf. I don't understand how.
I'd love to find one if I could afford it.
Well, they're $100, $120, depending here in the States.
That's hard for me to swing this year, unfortunately.
I understand, but and then up there it'd be close to 200, I'm sure. But oh my goodness, yeah, I'm surprised that it's still on the shelf. Really, I am.
Yeah, I think it's sold out pretty quick in my city where I'm at. You'd have to go to Edmonton or Calgary to find it, I think.
It's still there. You have to search.
Yeah.
It's not the hen's teeth rare. Okay. It's not there.
So you poured the Tokyo, right?
Not yet. I'm going to.
Okay.
Stay away from the tail. Oh no, you can get tail of cake hanging. You can get tail of cake. Confirm that.
Yeah, I think after I'm done my dram here, I'm going to be good for the rest of the night.
Yes, it is tail of ice cream, and I have not seen that yet, Richie. I haven't seen that yet, but tail of ice cream will be the next release in that line. You need to let me know about that tail of cake hanging. Really, I need to know if that is really still within your grasp. So it has been released. It's out in the wild. Tail of ice cream. Okay. It is a gem, Peter. The Redemption 10-year high rye cask strength is magnificent. Magnificent. Now, I have a redemption pick. It's not a 10-year, but it's a pick. 105, 107 proof, 105, 107 proof. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Well, that's true. Yeah, I know that. But Tail of Cake hasn't been out for a while. And if I thought he could lay his paws on it, shoot, I'd Venmo, PayPal him the cash, even if he had to hold it for 6-8 months. Don't care. Wouldn't I? But if Hanging can get that, okay. I was gonna say, dude, if you knew where that was, I'd say get your ass to the store tomorrow. I will PayPal you, Venmo you, carrier pigeon for a tail of cake. I would. Actually, I should put some other sources I know on the hunt for that, because they're the ones that found me the first release of the OG of Offerman when it came out. So I got one of those. Yeah. Well, that's the next one. So if it's around you, it has got to be landing here soon. Tail of Cake is the one I missed out on.
Only had a sample of that one.
Oh, God, I don't know what I'd have if somebody had a bottle of that, but they would want from my repertoire of unopened bottles. I've got 3 or 4 Bookers, a little book, that I've not touched sitting back there. I would gladly swap for a tail of cake. Without a doubt. Yeah, tail of cake just isn't around, but if you find a Dusty on the shelf for a C note, just using that as a number, you call me because I know you got my number, or you send me a picture. But if I don't answer quickly, you call me and say, hey, because yes, I would be interested. Well, all right, I'm gonna have to go look tomorrow, but I don't know if I haven't seen it here yet. I haven't seen it here, but I am interested. Oh yeah, it's history. However, when you think something is really gone, sometimes you never know what little gas station somehow got a case of it and couldn't get rid of it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that tail cake. I have people always keeping an eye down, but I know somebody in New York who has connections that have connections. I'm not saying they're scrupulous, but hey, that's all I'm saying. Paul, cheers. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Thank you for popping
Happy
in.
New Year, Biking Bourbon.
Appreciate it. Always great seeing you, ma'am. Oh, that cannot be, Eric. That cannot be. Is it true? Is it? Holy smokes. That'd be like waking up on Christmas morning. And, you know, finding a Macallan 25 under your tree. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't want museum pricing. You can always find museum pricing. That's for damn sure. That's what I love about this. Sometimes I ask for some wild shit and then somebody texts me, "Well, you asked." And I've got to look. Holy smokes. Now, Tale of Winter was not the good one. Tale of Winter, it's literally sat on the shelves for the longest time. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it's still on the shelf. Tale of Winter. And I would tell people there's a reason why it's still on the shelf. Oh, here I am clicking on it like an idiot. It's a text. I can't open it. I'm thinking I'm in the web browser. Hoo-wee. Okay. I got it, Eric. Thank you. I'm tapping like, why isn't this damn thing opening? Anyway. All right. Let's get the Tale of Tokyo going here since I'm talking about it. And I do have an unopened bottle of the Tale of Forest up there. Delicious. Okay. Tale of Tokyo. It's like, what the hell am I grabbing? I had some Bruichladdich Isle of barley last night while I was on with the Speakeasy, aka Pinch Hitter. He was streaming on his new channel last night, and John Kranz was there, and so we were on there chatting. So, Tale of Tokyo, Glenmorangie, coming in at 46 ABV, aged in Mezzanara, bourbon, and sherry casks. This is a decadent little drop. That is for sure. All right. No. Now, didn't I just pull a damn glass off of there? No. I thought I pulled a glass off of my... Yeah, it's all right. That's why I keep them right here for just such an emergency. There we go. Oh, that's such a good drop. Beautiful golden nectar in that glass. Such a fine, fine pour. I love the artwork in general on the box. That's one of the things that caught my eye. Besides, I wanted to try the juice. They've really went all out for the artwork on the box, and this is non-chill filtered. There may be color added. I don't care. And those of you that are thinking about it, remember, this is a limited edition. There's only so many produced and comes out. But this is just it's really delicious. It says it on the box, but it really is a good whiskey. It's another one that if you had somebody that was around and you knew that they appreciated whiskey of this quality, absolutely bring it out. Absolutely bring it out. Mr. Jiggs, hope you had a Merry Christmas and have a great New Year's. If I do not talk to you in the next few days, sir, thank you for popping in. And in the glass is a little Tale of Tokyo from Glenn Morengi. So I hope you are doing well. And if you have it and have time for a pour with us, put a little in your glass. Are you kidding me?
Going to Glenmo 12 or?
You can't beat that with a stick hanging.
$20 for a 10-year. Talk about a no-brainer.
That'd have been an easy one for you. Like, yes, please, I'll just take 2. Because it's not going to go bad. None of us leave it around that long to go bad. That's for sure. Oh, that Eastern time. Yes. Yes.
Well, it's only 10 or 11 in Ontario, right?
Yeah. It does, but you know what? It's intriguing. They spend a lot of damn money on that packaging.
Oh, you're welcome, Peter.
Uh, I was about to say, really? Yeah, that's right. I know where you are now. I just thought about it. Yep. You are 2 hours ahead of me. It does too, Hanging. I agree with you. Especially when you know it's a good bottle, but when you find it at half price, well, makes it a great damn bottle. Absolutely. Now I can get a little bit of sherry on the nose. The Mezzanara cask, fruit. Almost a floral note. Botanical. I'm telling you. I'm into it.
I'll take your word for it, Anthony and Eric.
Now, even though this is an NAS, it is, in my opinion, quite polished. In other words, it's a nice sipping whiskey. like this Tamdhu 15. Very nice. I enjoy sipping on this whiskey. And I don't think the Mezzanara finish on this is overdone. So you're not getting a lot of that oak, but it's there. You're getting a little oak on the finish. There's a little of that spice there, but it fades quickly.
That's the Old Forester BB.
Yeah, there's a little the barrel notes in there, but I mean, I think this is an excellent whiskey too.
Mm.
Well, this comes in at 46 ABV, so it's the perfect Scotch ABV for a traditional Scotch. In my opinion, others feel
I'm assuming this would
40
be
perfect.
comparing apples and oranges, maybe. But do you have a preference or a favorite between the Tale of Tokyo and the Tale of Forest?
The Tale of Forest on its own is extremely unique in flavor, as it is not like any other Scotch I have had,
Right.
because it is extremely, and I'm going to use this very technical term, foresty. So the grain has been dried using woodland botanicals. So almost the same way that they burn the peat below the grain to infuse it with the peat flavor, smoking, they used woodland botanicals.
Interesting.
To infuse that flavor into the grain. So when I say like moss, damp woods, like you're out taking a hike after a rain, that smell in the forest.
Well, that sounds like one I would absolutely love.
Well, it's if God, I have said this to people many times. It's extremely unique in that it's like you're not going to get this taste just anywhere.
Right.
And I said, it's just good. I don't know how else to tell you. Pine. I mean, just stuff that you would associate with a romp through the woods. You can pick up hints of this within that whiskey. And I was like, oh my goodness. It is just so different.
This is one reason why I love the Arpeg 5 Wee Beastie, is that's what I get, is like leather, tar, and pine. So I absolutely love pine notes.
When you move up to the 10, it is a more refined experience, but the same because of the 5 extra years in the barrel. And for the difference in price, the 5 to the 10, get the 10. For me, it's about $12.
Okay.
Price difference. So I'm just going to say for you, it's probably 25.
I'd have to check.
For me, double it for you. But yeah, I would just say, you know what? Get the 10.
Yeah.
Then you're like,
well,
yep, Wee Beastie was great, but now that I've had the 10, it's like yeah, I cannot go backwards.
Look, I've had 2 bottles of the Arctic 10. This is my second bottle of the Wee Beastie.
Mm-hmm.
I've had a Corey Brecken. All 5 of those bottles were given to me by my brother, so they're gifts. The only Arctic I've ever bought for myself was the Nougat. So
that
I
Oogie.
just haven't had the Noah yet.
I was lucky to have a pour of the Oogie, and it's good.
Yeah,
It's good. I like
it was
Ardbeg in general.
it was quite different 5 years ago, but hey, when I first got into drinking,
Mm-hmm.
but still very much enjoyed the bottle I did have, which I killed when James Earl Jones passed away. So I was like, hey, that's fitting. Bottle kill for Darth Vader.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, that's kind of a sad to hear. And then, of course, today the biggest thing on the news is
Carter.
100 years old, Jimmy Carter passed away. I'm sorry to his family. I remember him as president. I was a kid, but
I wasn't born yet.
what I remember about it is the American hostages in Iran.
Yeah.
And the fuel shortages here in the states, and going to the gas station on odd or even days. So if the last digit in your license plate was odd or even, was the day you could go to the gas station, but you could only get so many gallons. And being that the pumps weren't digital, when you fueled up, they never read more than $1. So everything at the pump was doubled. So if you put $5 in, it's $10. If you put $40, it was $80 because the price of the fuel was double what it was because the machines weren't digital and they just didn't register over 99 cents. No one ever thought it could get over 99 cents, when all these pumps were put in back in the day. But yeah. Exactly hanging. He really was a person of the people. He didn't go out and make money like Obama and Clinton and other presidents had, doing speeches and writing books and well, not so much writing books, but anyway, yeah, he was a different person. You could say he wasn't high on my list or anything like that, but after he left the White House, yes, the Carter Foundation did a lot of good work in a lot of countries around the world. He really did. No matter what you thought of him as a president, after he left the presidency, he just became a simple man, period.
That's good.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. Bourbon for Bacon. Absolutely right. You are 100% right. It absolutely is a good program. They built a lot of houses here in Las Vegas, and
I grew up in one, so here in Alberta.
Yep, I was just going to say it's not just here; they do it all over.
Yeah.
And I was just going to say they do it up in Canada too, right? And boom,
we moved into it when I was 5 years old. So.
Yep.
Oh, they were talking about Rosalind Carter too. She did a lot of good things too.
Yep.
Sorry, who was that, Z-Man?
Rosalind's wife.
Hey, Darrell. Cheers, man.
They did a lot of things for a lot of charities.
Appreciate
Cheers, Darrell.
stopping in and hitting that
Cheers,
like
brother.
button and saying hello. Thank you. Cheers to you, sir. Hope you had a great Christmas and a happy New Year. Cheers. If you have time, pop on for a quick one. If not, just appreciate you being here. But yeah, I like.
I'm going to sound stupid, but I have to ask because I recognize the face. Peter White?
Me?
What's that? No,
Ben.
that's Ben.
It's Ben.
Peter
I
White.
don't.
What?
Have I ever seen Peter White on a live stream? I'm not too sure.
What is your name when you're on YouTube?
Demon Hunter.
Okay. Yeah, that's why I'm like, looking at your face going, man, I don't know who the hell you are.
I did just shave too, so
I'm sorry, man. I just, you know.
no worries.
Yeah.
I don't know who the hell you are.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to be rude, you know.
I understand. I'm like, yeah, I turned the.
Well, it's better than just
turn the
thinking I'm
names
Peter
on.
and then calling me Peter. So thanks for asking.
Well, yeah. Thanks for putting me back on, Anthony.
Oh yeah. Well,
my
I
honey-do
wasn't
list.
paying attention to the bottom. I saw you in chat, and I didn't realize you were down there. And then I just happened to look down and went, "Oh shit!"
My honey-do list never ends, and a lot of times when I'm on a frame, my girl will say, "Hey, you need to take care of this. Get up the damn."
Well, you did the right thing and just said, "Yes, dear," whatever you say.
Yeah, well, and she appreciates it.
That's right. Happy. What do they say about a happy life?
Happy wife, brother.
There you go.
Yeah.
Mr. Hall, cheers, man. I don't want to forget you. Appreciate you popping in here, man.
Warren.
Thank you. Haven't seen you in a minute. I've seen you around, but let me raise my glass and say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you and the family, sir. Cheers.
Happy New Year, man.
So you're absolutely right. When he was in the Navy, he was part of the nuclear Navy, and absolutely, he knows something about nuclear energy. You're absolutely right, Peter. A lot of people didn't
That's
know
news to me.
about him in general. He was quite aware and quite educated man.
That's okay, hanging AZ. I got someone telling me before I shaved, I looked like I was in my late 20s. I'm like, no, I'm 42. But thanks.
Yeah. No one has told me I look 42. Way over that.
I'm not
But
too
no one's
sure
told me.
about Peter White saying I'm 30 years younger. That would make him in his 70s.
Man, I'm not buying that. I ain't buying that. It's no good. No.
Probably old enough to be my dad, though.
Never know.
You mean you gave her more than a quarter hanging? Wow. I don't know why she wouldn't believe you're 51. Show her my picture and say, can you believe he's going to be 56?
I get mine cut. I get mine cut by somebody that's locked up, and I pay nothing for it.
Hey, Z-Man's the only guy I know who still has a Floby. I knew he would know what that was. Well, I knew you'd know what that was.
I know exactly what that was. My family goes, you let those guys have scissors? No, they're using clippers. They're not going to have scissors like that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, man.
Oh.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. But yeah, this year I'll be 56.
I got a birthday coming up on Wednesday.
Really?
Yeah, I'm scared.
Don't be scared. It'll come just like all the rest did.
Yeah. That's every year. New Year's Day.
I have two. Lehman, I have two cousins that are 4 years apart, and their birthday's the 31st. So yeah.
That's good, Peter. I'll like it. Here's your senior discount.
Uh-huh.
Hey, now when I go to Denny's, it's like, hey, I'm a senior. I get my 10%. It used to be I'd take my dad and say, hey, pull out your ARP card. I'm buying, but I want your 10%.
My state changed the age to 21 one day before my birthday. So instead of me being 18, I had to be 21. So I missed it. And it took 4 years before I was legal.
Jeez.
So the right thing to do was to go through a drive-through liquor store that knew me. And the girl that I was dating back then, she's like, what the hell are you doing? I bought 2 12-packs. We drove out of the store, and she goes, you're not legal to drink, are you? And I went, no. She goes, well, why are they giving it to you? I said, because the store owner knows me. And she goes, all right. And I kept her for a while. She was digging it.
Mm-hmm.
The good times, man. That was my illegal drag racing days. We did a lot of shit we did done. I should have been arrested several times, but I never was. So there I am on YouTube.
Remember, hanging, Portly is still a shape. Period. Don't let anyone tell you different.
Hanging doesn't look portly. He looks normal.
Well, like I said, Portly's a shape.
I don't know why he says that. And I love tops, brother. I love tops hanging.
So Peter
Hey.
White and my sister must be close for birthdays. Then.
Yeah, I'll happen that shit on. Well, I'm younger than my girlfriend. Yeah, she questions her decisions a lot of times.
That's right. But you can always tell her that life's about choices, baby. And I was one of them.
No, you know what I told her? You'll love this shit, Anthony. I told her she was man hungry. That's why she hung out with me. And she goes, well, you keep thinking what you want to think. And I was in surprise. I told you to dinner for Christmas. She goes, you keep thinking what you want to think. So I wasn't man hungry. I'm like, yeah, okay. But her girlfriends told her, you know, if you like that guy, go back. Go see what he's about. So she came back. The rest is history.
That's true, Eric. That's true. There you go. That's how it was, hanging.
Yeah. Keep it up. That's it.
Well, let me tell you how it goes, Peter, Eric. When you're 40 and less, jumping in and out of the back of your pickup, you don't think nothing of it. When you hit your late 40s, you start to feel it. At 50, when you're standing inside the bed of that truck and you're looking down, you're like, shit. And you scooch down, you sit your ass down on the tailgate, and you flop off the side because you damn well know if you jump off the back of that, you're going to twist your ankle, tweak your knee, or throw your hip out or your back out. Okay. That's the fact of life. Now I'm at the age where I keep a step stool in the back of my truck. And if I have to get in the back of the damn thing, I pull it out, unfold the thing, step up on it, and it's perfect height that I just take another step up onto the tailgate and into the truck. Okay. I am not jumping out of that truck. I did it the other day and my hip hurt for 2 days. Yesterday, I'm sitting outside and man, that thing just would stiffen up on me and bother me. And all I did on Friday was jump out of the back of the truck. Yeah.
Well, I
I'm
want to
not
say
doing
something.
that anymore.
I want to say something to you that I probably shouldn't. But I dated stupid for years. And when I hooked up with mine right now, you're talking about a registered nurse. So there's a college degree there. And she'd been working there for several years. And she didn't know what the hell I did. And she was dating these deadbeat fucking dad guys. And once she realized that I was working corrections, she's like, "Oh, no, you're not a bad boy." Well, you know, a girl, I am. It's just part of the fucking job. And once I started dating her, I'm like, damn, this is the fucking sexiest chick I've ever been with. Sexy, smart, blah, blah, blah. And I don't know if I told this on stream or not, but I went down a flight of stairs with a guy and I broke a couple ribs and they sent me to the hospital. And when I fucking came back, she grabbed me and tried to hug me. And I'm like, what are you doing? She goes, are you okay? And I'm like, don't do that. She goes, why? I said, I fucking broke 2 ribs tonight. And she looked at me and she goes, I thought you never said you got in trouble with any of these guys. And I'm like, it's part of the fucking job. And I said, don't do that. So long story short, love her to death. Wouldn't trade her for anything in the fucking whole damn world. Yeah.
That's true.
I'm done.
But bourbon for bacon, absolutely. Smart man. Smart man. But let me just say this. My truck isn't lifted, but it is leveled. So when I bought it, 6 years ago, I didn't think it was too much of a big deal getting in and out of the back. But now that step stool doesn't leave the back of that sucker. It doesn't. I get in and out of it. I use that step stool. It's just, 1, it's easier. And like I said, 2, hell, I'm at that age now. I could dislocate my hip, break a hip, my knee. You just don't know. I don't think I'm in bad shape, but holy smokes. I can't believe how just 15 years ago, I'd jump in and out of the back of my truck like it was nothing. I mean, literally take a few steps, grab onto the side, and just hoist up myself right into the back of it. Shoot, now that ain't happening. It's just not happening. Not at all. Not at all.
You start to understand the reality of what happens as you start to get a little older.
Oh, yeah.
And I can't get in a mind. I bought a Silverado that has a lift kit and trying to get into it sometimes. It's a bitch. my girl gets in it and she's like, what is your problem over there? And I'm like, I got a picture of my back. And I said, it's making me more human. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
And she goes, well, you should be like that. I'm like, yeah, I should be like that. You're right.
Exactly, James.
Pulling weights.
Hanging. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, hanging. Exactly. Oh, yeah. Bourbon for bacon. Yeah. And now, I step into the truck, I grab my oh shit handle, but I put my left foot up onto the running board first and hoist up. Getting out's easy. I just spin around and plop right down. I mean, I have no problem getting out of the truck.
It's funny. I put my right foot in there first, and then I slide in there. And then we have an area, we call it horse holding. We do adopt a donkey, adopt a horse. And those trucks, they're big trucks. You can't just get into them. So I
Mhm.
just would pull up, and the girl that I was with one day, she goes, I'd kind of like commend you for having a problem with your back and still being able to get in the truck. And I'm like, okay, so let's drive. And she drove me around the compound.
Oh gosh, Peter.
Right. What looking?
Ooh.
Oh, damn.
Peter said he's turning 68. And my mom turned 69 this year. So
Peter, I had a girl. Her last name was Ritz, and that girl always told me everything is better on a Ritz, and she was right. God, she was so hot.
Josh, that's no joke, isn't it? That is no joke.
Mm-hmm.
And not today, but yesterday, I was just in a hurry because I was dropping stuff off at Goodwill, and I just leapt off the back of the truck and landed down. That shockwave went from my feet to my ankles to my knees to my hips, up my back, and I swear out the top of my head. And I chuckled, and I'm like, "Yep, I am definitely not 40 anymore."
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's what scoops you up, man.
I felt the whole thing, and that's what got me on this topic a little bit. It's like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, I didn't want to really get on this topic, but I think some people need to hear it. You're not young. You're not as young as you thought you were.
Exactly. I think I'm at a certain age. I'm not. But now I at least look at it and go, yeah, no, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
That's, I'm gonna ask a serious question. How's your wife doing?
Good. She's doing good. They had to cancel her infusion today. She just come down with a cold, and so they want to make sure she didn't have COVID. So we did the test thing, so she's fine. So hopefully on Monday she'll retest. As long as it comes back negative and she's doing better, they'll reschedule and bring her, get her infusion this week.
Right on.
Yep. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, that C word always gets you.
Yep.
It gets.
Hanging, you're right. You're right. I'm gonna have to get one of those things I wear around my neck and then, push the button and say, hey, I've jumped off my truck and I'm laying in the driveway.
Help me.
Oh, hell, yeah. I can't get up. Yep.
Yeah, I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be that guy. Sorry.
It happens, hanging. It certainly does happen. That's for sure. It is. It absolutely is.
Mm-hmm.
It absolutely is, Josh.
Kung Fu battle.
It's not funny. It's not funny, but I'm laughing because, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Anthony, it is funny.
I mean, it is funny, but it just goes to the fact is you're not feeling, or your mind isn't where your actual age is. It's 10 plus years behind the time. Yeah, absolutely not. Exactly, Peter. Exactly. Kung Fu is the word for sure. Oh my gosh, that is so good. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, that was so good. But as we get older, that's just how it is. Just how it is. But I can still get up and down steps. I can hike 6, 7, 8, 9 miles. It's not a problem. But don't ask me to jump out of the bed of that truck. I'm probably going to look at you like you got a third eye and go, you want me to do? Break my hip? You crazy. Lay down there. I'll fall on you.
I got dudes that I work with that you would think would be like really strong. And a lot of times they got to slide off of the back of a 53-foot flatbed to go to the very end because there's a step. And I've told them, I said, don't do anything crazy. Just get off the truck. And they do it, but they don't like it. And why they're getting on there to begin with is I don't know. I'm not doing that.
Man, hanging, that aches and pains. Yes. Yep, I was just talking about that today about my shoulder. I don't know what I did the other night, but this was a couple nights ago back in Yuma. And I slept on my side, and man, my shoulder's like, oh my gosh, are you kidding me? But
my girl's impressed that I have an inmate barber that cuts my hair. She's like, how the hell? She goes, you had your ears lowered, right? I'm like, yeah. I said, I just sat in a chair and the guy had a barber out. And she goes, they're using scissors. I'm like, no. And they do your eyebrows, everything.
yeah.
And she's like, what? I'm like, yeah. And
they trim your back hair too?
Huh?
They trim your back hair too?
No. Just your front hair. Don't go crazy. No,
oh gosh.
Just your front hair, man.
Four Roses single barrel? Well, I have had a bit left of Craig Alecky 13, finished in an Armagnac cask. Of course, I was just going to say, and I was joking, but he's serious. He's got Buffalo Trace.
Yeah, I drink this hot garbage all the fucking time, man. $25 a bottle.
Oh, and I was just going to joke when I said that. I said, Z-Man's probably got a bottle of Buffalo Trace somewhere, and you pulled it right out.
Yeah. I don't play around, though.
No.
$25. I'll go to the bar and order a couple things of beer, and I'll ask the bartender, can I get a pour of Buffalo Trace? Like, yeah.
Oh, goodness.
Then the older gal that I was talking to, she left. So the younger gal was sitting next to her, and she was talking about her boyfriend. So I sat down there next to her and I ordered some food. And that was a good time.
Oh my gosh.
Mm.
Peter, you kill me. But it's the truth. We don't think about what we did in our teens, in our early 20s. And I contribute some of my shoulder aches and pains to back when mountain biking was new and none of the bikes had suspension when I started in it in the 1990s, literally early 1990s, 91, 92. And for me to ride 25 miles one way and back, so to do 50 miles in a day was nothing. Now I can jump on a bike, do 6, 8, 10 miles, and I'm good. But for me to do a 50 miler or a Centurion, which was a 100 miler, now, I don't think so. I'd look at you like, I'll go here, I'll wait for you. That'll be it. I don't, James. I don't see those. But I think you've mentioned that before, because it's familiar, but I don't see that here in the States.
Mm.
I guess you just didn't make it over the fence before her dad caught you. Oh. Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, well, so I still have actually hanging. It's funny. I still have that bike. It's a Bridgestone MB like boy 6. Not in production anymore. I guarantee it. But chromoly was the frame. But you know what? I haven't ridden it in a few years. I have a Bianchi, and I bought that in 07, 08.
Mm.
And it's more of a hybrid. And I need to take it in and get new tires, tubes, and just basically a tune-up on it. But and maybe when I say the tires, the tires are more street and paved trail. I kind of want to get a hybrid tire on it and take it up to camp with me this year and ride the trails and stuff that they have there. I don't know, but I enjoy the bike riding, and it does have some front suspension and seat suspension on it. It's just a nice bike. It's just a nice bike. It's old and it's outdated, but damn, it rides nice and it's still in good shape, So I'm gonna keep using it. Oh, that's ridiculous for that. Absolutely ridiculous. It's still like $35 for standard Buffalo Trace. And in some cases, it's not even $30.
No, it's $25 out here.
Yes. Yes, it was. Yes, it was in the 90s because I got that in 91 or 92 hanging. And I paid back then about $350 for it back then. Yeah. Hey, Peter, thank you very much for joining tonight. Great having you. Appreciate your input in chat. Happy New Year to you, sir. Look forward to seeing you again. Thank you for being a supporter this year. Cheers, brother. Yeah, back in them days, hanging, if you remember, suspension wasn't key. But now, a lot of the riders are going away from front suspension because they want to keep that power, that momentum. So when you have the suspension, you need that power and you're pushing down, that front gives. So you lose you're losing some torque on it. But I'm not into it like I was. I used to have my bike on the rack when I'd go to work, and I would take it into the office with me and then change at the office before I left, take the bike out, put it on the back of the car, drive like I'm going home, but I would stop at a place in it was called Little Boston. I never lived there, but it's in Pennsylvania. And I would get on the trail there and I would ride. And what they were doing is they were ripping up a lot of the old railroad tracks and turning them into bike trails. And so it was called Rails to Trails. and I would get on that and I would ride 5-10 miles one way, turn around and ride back, 4-5 times a week. On the weekend, I would get up and do a 50 miler in a day and be home before lunch. Average 13-14 miles an hour steady, one way. I don't do that. I'm not in that shape now, but I really just enjoyed getting out and riding like that. Really was. Yeah, I bet you were young and crazy. Oh, you still riding one of those? I call them high steppers. Single speed where you're just sitting up and cruising. Yeah, no, I'm into the 21 plus speeds. I tell you what, you appreciate those on some of those, what I call them goat hills, to where I was from in Pennsylvania, you wanted those gears because literally, I'm not exaggerating when I say you're going up hills that were, a hell of an incline, and you weren't doing it just a few feet. You could be doing them a half mile, a mile, weaving to get up to where you go. But it was nice coming down. That's for darn sure.
Well, and the red line name is the red line name.
Straightaways, you really wanted that nice, steady motion. Very few revolutions, but you're just cruising on along. I mean, it was. Oh yeah. Anyway, God, I haven't talked gears and changing out cassettes and things in a dog's age. That's for sure.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, my first real bike had to be the late 70s, early 80s was a Schwinn Collegiate Sportster 5-speed, dude. And I was a kid in my maybe 10, 12 years old. I thought I was living large when my dad took me and bought me that bike. Yeah, I loved that bike. And still had it till about 15 years ago. Still had that bike until about 15 years ago. Believe it or not. I don't mind stationary bikes, but you're right. I don't know. Just sitting there watching the news on the screen just doesn't do much for me.
I'm gonna go, brother. Cheers.
Okay. Cheers, brother. Well, if you're running them, yeah, that happens without a doubt. Dude, it's easy. It's easy to do. All right, I know I said this was going to be the last pour, but I'm going to have one more. Well, I'm doing my best to hold the fort for live wire. But unfortunately, I've got to be up at 2:30. I got to do that W thing in the morning after, what was I off? 10 days? Shoot. Anyway, you know what? I talked about it. Let's have, I got that. I have not. A little Oban Little Bay is my absolute last dram of the night. That's for sure. Oh, I love this drop. This has been a really good pour. The Oban Little Bay. NAS. I'm telling you, all the Diageo work sound like the Lagavulin when I open it. Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. Well, and it actually is my last glass. And it's a whiskey encore glass. So here we go. We'll have a little snort here. Wonderful. Nothing like a little Oban Little Bay. What is the ABV on this? I forget. Didn't look at the bottle, but I'm sure it's on the tube here. Well, it isn't, but I know it's on the damn bottle. Where are we at here? 43. 43 ABV or 86 proof. There we go. We'll finish up the night with a little Oban Little Bay. Well, that's nice of Holden. That's nice of him. Oh, come on. Well, you drink your whiskey how you like it, that's for sure. But damn it, man. Use a Glen. Go on Amazon. Get yourself a couple of them you can get 6 of them for like $12, give or take. And I always have an emergency set of 4 in case I need more Glens right here. But these ones are nice. They have the, and I like them. And I actually take them to camp a lot. I like them because I like the stem. I like the stem on it. And so I use them quite often up at camp. And they have a nice, they're great to transport. I'll show you. Ta-da. Yeah, they're great to transport. So I keep them in here. And so when I need a couple of Glens because I'm doing something, whatever the heck that may be, boom. And they, like I said, they travel well. So you put it on, boom, you're done. So I can load them up, drop them in one of my backpacks or whatever, and I go. So I always have some nice Glens. But all right, a little Oban for the last dram of the night. Even though I said that was going to be a last dram an hour ago, this one will be. Oh, my dad has an e-bike. I forget which one it is. Oh my gosh, Bourbon for Bacon. They have gotten outrageously priced. They're over $300 for a blue spot. I'm not going to pay more than, I tell you what, I'd pay 2 reluctantly because I paid about $159 or $169 2 years ago. And I still have some, but I don't leave it here. It's down at my parents in Yuma because Mom likes it. So I just left it there. And I also took her, Eric, if you're still on, I took down the Redbreast 21 and left that for her, that sample after I had some. And I gave her the other half. She really liked that Redbreast 21. And she Googled it and saw the price and her jaw dropped. I said, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. So I took that down for her so that she could have it. Oh, please. I've only broken one Glen in all these years. One. And I was a little disappointed that one. That was a smoke wagon one. Oh, no. Do not buy that at that price. Do not buy that at that price. I have nothing against Delmar. Nothing. A lot of people say, oh, they add color. I don't give a shit about color. Is the juice good? Is the juice good? But there are other 18-year-olds that are much better at a lesser price, like the Tamdhu 18. Not $300. Glenallachie 17. It's not 18, it's 17, but half that price. I think I paid for my Glenallachie 17, $139, $149. So let's just say $150 for the sake of argument. Please. But Delmore is good, don't get me wrong. But for the 18-year, no. Just my opinion. I would pass on that sucker at that price. Really? At 125, I buy Blue Spot at 125, and I would think about buying two. I would think about buying two at that. But 125, if Blue Spot's available, I would buy it at that. Mr. Jiggs, I definitely would. Well, you should hand wash them. It is, like I said, I took that down to Yuma with me, gave it to Mom, and she loved it. She's like, oh my God, this is really good. I said, well, fine, finish it. Which she left herself just enough for a little taste. I said, there, she's, well, you don't want to go? No, I brought it down for you. I said, because I know you like the Blue Spot. And to me, it's not worth $300. You know what? I use the sponge, so it gets running. I used to have a bottle brush, but the handle broke, but I still have the stub. Hey, Vic, cheers, man. Happy New Year to you. Appreciate you coming in to smash the like button and say hello, brother. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, look, if you can get a taste of it and it makes your right foot tap and you have no problem pulling the trigger, then you do it. You do you. But at that price for that, no. That's just me. I think it's good juice. I definitely don't think it's good at that price. Damn. Damn. That's a damn good price. You need to grab a Springbank 10 from Bevmo. I cannot argue that. You do. Redbreast 27 at $5.50. I might raise an eyebrow, but that's still more than I want to pay for it. Yeah, don't do it, Josh. But I did see Redbreast 21 somewhere online for $3.99. So let's just say $400, but that's still more than I would want to pay for something like that. And there's Big Vic's YouTube channel. Those of you that are not subscribed to Big Vic's backyard bullshit, boom, there it is, people. Don't hesitate. See, now I'll be honest with you, that's respectable. That is a respectable price. You know what? You should. That is a great dram. I enjoy it. Matter of fact, I gifted one of those to somebody. Really, I'm gonna have to look. Well, the tail of ice cream is out, Mr. Jiggs, from Glen Moringi. Tail of ice cream. So tail of forest, tail of Tokyo, tail of ice cream, tail of cake. That is out now. Yes, Springbank Cask Strength 56.2, I do believe is the ABV that Mr. Jiggs was referring to. You know what? I have had the Boss Hog. Was it the 18? I'm trying to think. Something like it. And the Boss Hog is damn good. I just wouldn't want to pay $6 for it. But I have had the Boss Hog. I was in the right place at the right time. Somebody brought it in, of course, liquor lineup that I go to, and the guy offered me a pour, and I'm like, okay, because Whistle Pig is not my jam, but the 18, the 15 was okay. The 18 was perfect. The 18 was perfect. The Boss Hog was terrific. Excuse me, but did not like the others. And so I don't own a bottle at all. At all. It should be. Oh, I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. Oh my gosh, I have a 2015 or 2016 Springbank 10 that Whiskey Nose found. And he called me up a couple of years ago and he goes, "You'll never believe what I found." So he told me. So I picked one up and he got it for me. So I was really happy to get that. Hey, cheers, man. Always great to see you. ASMR Whiskey. What's up, Andrew? Hope you had a great Christmas and Happy New Year, sir. Appreciate you coming in. Say hello and smashing that like button. Mm-mm-mm. Holy smokes. I can't remember the last time I did a 3.5 hour stream. That's for darn sure. That is for darn sure. But we're moving on here. But it was really a good whiskey chat tonight, and it was great having Ben on, and everybody else just chatting. That's why I like to do the open pubs and just have candid discussions, open chat. Um, it's wonderful. You know what, Josh? It's funny you should mention that. You're the second person that's asked me that, and I'm not looking for anything in particular. I am not. I do want the tail of ice cream. So that's a Scotch, Glenmorangie tail of ice cream. So I will look for that. Um, but honestly, nothing in general. We talked about this earlier. I don't know if you were in the chat then, but the FOMO for me is long gone. I don't care if I miss something. I'm selective. I'm focused in on certain brands like Elijah Craig. I'm going to use Glenmorangie on the Scotch side, Lagavulin, Lafroig, Ardbeg, Wilderness Trail, of course, the Wild Turkeys, 1792, Smoke Wagon, of course, because they're just down the street from me here in Vegas. So specifically, anything in general, no. But the one that I mentioned, the tail of ice cream, that I'd be interested in. I've never seen a Joseph Magnus blend in the wild. So bourbon, of course, I will say this. I am a fan of Smoke Wagon. I'm a fan of Smoke Wagon. I love the small batch. I love the uncut, unfiltered. I love the straight bourbon there. I do have a wonderful affection for rye. Up there's the Smoke Wagon Blenders Select Rye, Rare Breed Rye, Gusero Rye, Wilderness Trail Rye, Tumbling Dice Rye, Wild Turkey Rye, High West Boo Rye from 2 years ago, maybe 3. Whiskey Mountains got me that. Prideful Goat Cast Strength Rye. So I like my rye. I do like rye, and I'm a person that can drink rye in the summer or the winter. Other people feel rye is a fall, winter type drink. No. Ooh, the Aaron Sherry Cask. Is that the NAS one, Eric? Look at that, $87.99, tail of ice cream. There we go. So that's it. Mr. Jiggs, do you have Tail of Tokyo, Tail of Forest, or anything like that in your repertoire of booze? Well, I'll text it to you, um, and let you know. Or hold on. I don't know. Did you get my text at Christmas hanging? Hold on here. Okay, it is the NAS 55.8 ABV, natural color, and non-chill filtered. Perfect. Hang on, I know I got you. I know I got you in here, but I don't know if you got my text over the holidays. I'm pretty sure I sent you a text. I see Andrew here. Sugar Kitty. Top Shelf. Of course you would send me one. It's just like, oh yeah, here you go. Hanging and boom, there it is. Okay, hold on. All right, you got it hanging. Okay. All righty. Oh yeah, it is amazing. I forget the arts. I know it's on here, but yeah, it is extremely different. So that's the front. Here it is. Yeah, I love the art on it. And I know the name at one time because I looked it up and they talked about it. So when you go to the site, I don't know if it's still up, but I mean, this is a great drop of whiskey. Great drop of whiskey. Without a doubt, it is a great drop of whiskey. Oh, no problem, man. No problem. I like I love that box. I love the box. I think it's terrific as far as everything goes with that thing. I love the artwork on it in itself. But I'm just surprised one that's still there, but I'm even more surprised, and I said this earlier, that the Tale of Forest is still on there. I think it's amazing that it's still out there. I don't know if you're pulling my leg or what, but it's something like that. I forget her name though. I forget her name. She's quite well known in that world and makes some nice pictures. But it's been a little over a year since I reviewed the Tale of Forest. I love Oban, Little Bay. That's what's in the glass right now. Oh, Redwood Empire. I like them in general. I do not own any of the more recent expressions over the last 2 years. I've had some. It's good. Eh, eh. I'm good. You had me at Pete, James. Once you said Pete, that did it for me. Oh yeah. This one here is new this year for the holiday. Sorry about that, folks. My chair arm hit the table. But yeah, I didn't know I was getting this until was it Christmas Eve when my wife was out and about and she said, "Look what I got you." She should know I will wear this sucker. I mean, it's one of the finest off of the rack, cheap ass hats you could find. Guaranteed, I don't think it was more than $5. But, you know, for what it is and what it's for, I've got my red and white pimp hat up there. I just put it up there. And then I have a fedora red and white Christmas hat. I think I wore it on the stream a couple of weeks ago. But oh yeah, if I don't have a hat on of some sort, I get the business from people. So there you go. I gotta wear the hat. Oh, Redwood Empire, great juice. Great juice. You know what? You probably can. I'm gonna have to look. I know of it. I did not see it yet because I have not actively been looking. No. I didn't. This one I did not steal. I didn't. Maybe the wife did. Took it from Baby New Year. I don't know. But totally understand why you would ask or just think that. Trust me, I do. Exactly, Andrew. That's what I was saying earlier. It is one of the most unique whiskeys I have had in years. And usually, Richie Z will ask me, hey, what is your top whiskey of the year? So I will say this. One of my most impressive ones this year was this find of the Craig Alecky 13 in the Armagnac. Okay. This was a great find this past year that I enjoy as far as scotches go. This was a great one. Another one I really, really thoroughly enjoyed was my Dark Arts for whiskey, and it's a bourbon that I picked up from Liquor Lineup this year. Where is that Dark Arts? Where is that Arts? Nope, that's Chattanooga, which is good. Where is that Dark Arts? Let me look over here real quick. Oops. Let me see if I put it over here. Now here I go. I'm putting stuff on the floor again. I reviewed it. Now I have lost its location. It's in the abyss, and that's not like me to not be able to at least go to the shelf and pick it up. But it's in an unusual, well, the bottle is similar to Rare Breed, similar to the Rare Breed. Now, where is that Dark Arts? That was one that impressed me a lot this year. I've got to look here. I've got to look. Aha! Aha! Was hiding. This is a 7-year-old right here. The Dark Arts, 7-year, coming in at 117 proof or 58.5 ABV. Oh my goodness, was this a good whiskey for 2024? Bourbon. Really nice. 51 corn, 39 rye, so high rye, 10% malted rye. One of my picks for 2024, without a doubt, this Dark Arts 7-year. It's fantastic, coming in about $70, $75. Really a nice buy, a nice bourbon that I had picked up this year. Like I said, usually Richie's the one that's always asking me about what's this, what's that. Yeah, I have. Sorry, Joe.
Cheers, Rick.
I had my back turned. And then here comes Ben.
Good evening, Joe.
What up? What up?
I just finished supper.
Well, you got to do that.
It's only 9:30, so I have to go get my wife in 2 hours. I'm thinking maybe something around 46% might be a good thing.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Wow. All right.
I'm still working on my last pour, but got to BSing, and you know how everyone says, "Oh, hey, what's your whiskey of the year here or there?" And
Here, Josh.
you know, I'm like, well, I said, you know, the Craig Alecky as far as on the Scotch side, and then Dark Arts bourbon side. I really liked that this year. I thought it was really good, and I don't have a lot that really just made me go, holy smokes. But those two, I really thought that that was really, really good. Really good. Yeah, Dark Arts, not as in Scotch.
Cheers, bourbon before bacon.
Yeah. Hey, cheers, Old Fire Bourbon.
Everything's okay.
Appreciate you popping in here to say hello. Thank you very much. But what's going on, Joe? Anything good?
No, not too much. Just enjoying the holiday season, you know.
Yeah. Yep. Totally do. I got to get back to.
How's your holidays going?
Actually, great. Thank you. Really great. I hope
good.
you and your family had a good Christmas.
Yeah. It was pretty cool. Got to visit my family up north for a little bit, and then come back here.
I was
hang out
down
with
in Yuma visiting the parents. Yep. I took
how's the wife doing?
She's come down with a bad cold. They canceled her infusion today and got her a COVID test, but that was negative. So
that's good.
Yeah, she tested last night, was negative. So I think tomorrow she'll test again. As long as it comes up negative, they'll send the nurse over sometime this week, because she's still off this week from school. They don't go back until I think Monday's the 6th is when all the kids come back here in Vegas. And of course, I got to go back tomorrow. And I'm like, oh, God, 02:30 comes quick.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And I've already been bullshitting almost 4 hours. And
Oh, man.
I said, I can't remember last time I did a 3-hour stream. Well, here, I can't remember last time I did a 4-hour stream. But Mike texted me and said, hey, no live wire. And I was chuckling because I says, I was just on your channel looking for your thumbnail when he texted me.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, I'll do my best to hold the fort down and be on for a little bit. But I never expected to go almost 4 hours. And I said I was going to sign off an hour ago, but I am with truly my last pour.
Yeah.
I know you've been there more than twice, Joe.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, the conversation gets good. We get to really chatting about the whiskey and different things. And, that's the whole idea of this channel and the whole idea of having an open pub, just,
Was it a Scotch day for you? Did you drink most?
It was. It is. I got my wife got me the Tamdhu 15.
Okay. I've seen that.
Tamdhu 15. Yep. It's the sherry. So it's finished all 15 years in a sherry cask.
Oh, wow.
And what a nice whiskey. What a nice sipper. Well-rounded, well-refined. Excellent. So prior to that, earlier in the year, I picked up the Old Malt Cask Tamdhu 15, but it's 50 ABV, so 100 proofer.
Mm-hmm.
And so I started with it, and this is an indie bottler, and compared it. Well, of course, this has a little more kick, 46 for one, 50 on the other, but the whole 15 years in that sherry cask was really, really good for this bottle, for this one. It was really good.
Doesn't drive a palate at all?
Pardon me?
Because it's whole 15 years in sherry. It didn't drive the palate at all. It didn't have a little bit.
No. It was such an easy sipper. Easy sipper. And I used a term I don't normally use, but I said smooth. And
I use it all the time.
Yeah. But I mean, it's like, oh my gosh, it was really, really nice.
Yeah.
On the nose, because it's the same distillate, it was very hard to really pick the difference. The difference was the amount of sherry influence on the nose. That you got.
After 15.
As far as that goes on the nose, there wasn't anything that said, oh my God, night and day. No. The palate, there was. The other one, not this one. This one is exceptional. Don't get me wrong. It's good. But this one, it was more polished.
Okay.
It was more polished.
Did that rate up pretty high of what you've had this year?
So I didn't rate this one, even though I opened it in 2024 yet, because it hasn't had some time to open up. I've had one pour. Sometime here this week coming, maybe after the new year, maybe Thursday or Friday, I may have another pour of it to get it to the shoulder and then leave it sit for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And then I might go back and say, hey, amended, include this on there. But right now, no, I haven't. It's good. I would tell anybody to go ahead if they see it. Yeah, go ahead and buy it. But I want to give it its due diligence. I had a pour of it prior to opening the bottle.
Yeah.
And it was good. So it enticed me to lay the presidents down to pay for it. And the story is when I came home, I told my wife, "Oh, you bought me a Christmas present already, but I don't want you to wrap it because I'm not taking it to Yuma to bring it all the way back to Vegas."
Yeah.
I go, "But we'll leave it here." And that's what I did. I showed it a couple of times on other streams. I said, "I got my early Christmas present, but I'm not going to open it until Christmas." While I left it here, I didn't bring it with me because again, don't want to bring it down to bring it back.
Yeah.
I brought with me Midwinter's Night's Dram and a Duncan Taylor 30-year-old Scotch when I went to the parents. And that's what I had when I was down there
Gotcha.
for the holiday. But this one I was looking forward to opening and for the stream tonight. Excuse me. But so I'm finishing with a little Oban Little Bay in the glass, and started off with those two. And
I know with liquor lineup out there and all the picks that they do, is there a favorite a pick that you've gotten this year, including liquor lineup or anybody else?
So you know what? Honestly, I've had a taste of several of their picks, and they were good.
Okay.
None so far have I laid the presidents down and picked up.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. Well, so they're Old Forester picks. People rave over them, and they are good.
Yeah.
But the heat that comes afterwards, it just tears my palate up.
Yeah, they're up there. They're in the 130s, right?
But this is just it. I'm a proofy bitch. I've said that from day one.
Yeah.
I am. But the flavor is all up front right now. And then that heat just blasts through and it's all gone. All that flavor in those Old Forester picks is gone. What the hell? I mean, come on. And it's not the first time. It's not the second time. It's not the third time for me. I have went back time and time on some of those Old Forester picks. It just was not. It just was not there.
You just got to do what Nancy does. Nancy lets it sit in the glass for a couple of hours before she actually digs into it.
And well.
Some of that ethanol burn will go away.
Oh my gosh. And it probably is. But because of that, I've never purchased the Old Forester picks. And now the picks that are like this one. Well, this isn't a pick. This is just a shelfer. But the picks that are just the standard 100.
Oh, yeah.
They're fine. They're flavorful. They're good.
Yeah.
But this is just the shelfer, the screw top shelfer. They're phenomenal. But when you get the single barrel picks, the blue, is it the blue label?
It's black label.
It's a black blue. I knew it was a dark label. I couldn't remember. But yeah, those just freaking kill me.
Yeah, they're black labels. The blue label is the picks that are like at 130 plus.
So when I said I didn't get like any of their picks, okay, that's not true.
You got Cheech's pick, did you?
What's that?
Did you get Cheech's pick?
No. I didn't know he had one, but I had picked up.
Yeah, it was one of those.
I didn't know Cheech did one, but this is a liquor lineup pick, but not the store. So they have other stores other than liquor lineup.
Oh, gotcha.
This one is the Sunset Market. So he owns that also. But this is a smoke wagon pick. Now I didn't open this one, but I opened the other one, which is a liquor lineup pick. because there was
Yeah, I got
three
one of those.
at the same time.
I
And
got one of those picks as well, but it's not the one Cheech did. It's from another store, and I'm like you. I haven't opened it. I've had it for like 5-6 months or so, and I still haven't opened it. Which
now I've tried it because I've had a nice pour of it at the store.
yeah,
They poured it for me, and as I had the one in one hand and one in the other hand, this was amazing. It's 7-year MGP. It's 60.88 ABV. Beautiful whiskey. Nice pour, of course, high rye, so you get that spice. So I did buy 2 of those. So
yeah,
to say I didn't actually buy them, well, I misspoke there. But I do have those.
okay,
I'm trying to figure out. I can see the other one. There's the Smoke Wagon. Then there's a High West. I don't know if that's. I don't know which one that is, but then it's back there because I could see it.
oh, gotcha.
There, but yeah, I have a love for Smoke Wagon.
Yeah.
My favorite is the small batch, and then the uncut, unfiltered. The straight bourbon is great. I mean, I tell everybody, if you want a daily pour, the straight bourbon is great at 94 proof. You'll never go back to just standard Jack Daniels again in your life, which why anybody would, I don't know, especially once you get one of their single barrels going. It's amazing. But anyway, yeah, it's they've had some phenomenal picks, but it's at the point now where I'm just choosing what I buy or not buy.
Did you grab more Scotch this year than bourbon? Would you say?
You know what, Joe? I'm gonna say almost even.
Almost even.
Both ways. Yeah, almost even. I did not buy tons this year because, you know, I'm just very selective now.
Yeah.
Especially when I can get a pour and I can really taste it. And I'm not talking, like I said, I'm not talking a thimble.
Yeah.
A lot of places give you this thimble. A couple of places I go, like Liquor Lineup, they're nice. I can get a pour that's got some whiskey in there. And I can sit there and truthfully, experience the whiskey and go, okay, is this worth laying the dead presidents down and buying?
Yeah.
And if there's nothing there that sparks my interest, and I'm sure you're at the same point too in your journey here, that
oh yeah, definitely, yeah.
You know what? I'm gonna leave it set. I'm gonna leave it set, and I'll think about it.
Yeah. So sometimes that FOMO hits though, and like people are talking about like different. Like, oh, this is like the best ever. And it's like, I know it's not the best ever. Come on.
Exactly.
It's like, but then you start to think, is it though?
Well, Bourbon for Bacon, Midwinter's Night's Dram. Right now, it's easy $200 to $300 for a bottle, depending.
Yeah.
And I think it's overpriced. I think it's good. I
have
a bottle.
Overpriced.
I have a bottle up there, and I took that with me when I went to Yuma, but I didn't pay that for it. I paid $100, and I think that to me is the upper limit of what I pay for it. But I paid $100 for it last year, and I know it was going for 200 plus, but I know the one guy who owns the store, and he knows me, and I frequent the place, and he knows I'm not buying those museum pieces at those prices. But he gave me a price, and I'm like, yes, that's fair. I'll take that one. So that's how I got it. I mean, he's got museum pieces up there that would cause a lot of people to think about reaching in their pocket because they got the FOMO. Yeah. He's got Stag with batch 24, 23, 24. He's got about a,
Would you just pour it, Ben?
I'm gonna say about 6 or 7 deep.
Ben just poured a sample of something.
He said he's gonna pour, about a 46 ABV. He's got to go pick his wife up here in a little bit.
So, Anthony, I was given a sample of Colila here, unpeated,
Yeah.
59.6%.
Oh. Wow.
Something about Stitchel Reserve. I don't have no idea what that is.
Yep.
You've heard of it?
You don't have an idea of what? What is it called?
He's talking to you, Ben.
You haven't heard of what, Ben?
Sorry. What, Ben? What was that? The kids are being a little loud. Sorry. What was that? The kids are being a little...
He was he wanted you to repeat.
Well, I mean, if you heard him, that's fine. I
Colila, Stitchel Reserve, unpeated, 59.6%.
Oh, gotcha.
Not too sure what Stitchel Reserve is. Maybe it's an independent bottling. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's a thought.
At first, I thought you said Stitzelweller. That's why I was like, wait, what?
I did too. I did too.
I was like, wait a minute, you don't know what Stitzelweller is?
Yeah, that's like, but no. I had to re-listen to that in my head and then hear him
Stitchel.
say, yeah.
I think he said Stitchel, yeah.
Yeah, but Stitzerweller, yeah, I went, what? You found a what?
Yeah, I was like,
that can't be right. That can't be right. It's not a Scotch. So I say, I've got Wellers right here in the box, the 12 and so on and so forth. And it's like, yeah. So what are you trying to, here or there? There. How's that?
There we
Does that
go.
work better?
Yeah. I got a lot more volume with this other phone.
That's all right. I got rid of your evil twin.
The other phone I was using, the full volume was kind of low. I could barely hear you sometimes. So I had to switch phones here.
There you go.
I did a whole stream the other night, and people were telling me that my sound was low, and I watched it back, and they were right. I mean, I couldn't stop and try to fix it. I was just like, if you can hear me, I just got to keep moving.
When I started today, no sound. They see me, but no sound. And I'm like, what the heck? And I'm looking. My mic tells me if I'm on or not, and it was. When I started the stream, I test the mic. I could see the channel moving.
The leveler. Yeah,
exactly. All 4 of them were moving. And I'm like, okay. So I didn't think nothing of it. But I guess the USB port was not completely in.
Oh,
and
wow.
so it just was at the point where it was enough that it pulled out as I started the stream. So you talk about a perfect storm. So for the first minute or two, I'm like, what do you mean? No, you can't hear me.
Yeah.
Because I'm looking at my mic. I'm like, well, that's fine. Everything's there. And then as soon as I grabbed the USB and gave it a little tug, I could feel the click. I went, that'll do it.
Yeah, I tried to do a recording review, like where I'm able to put whatever graphics on stuff I want without editing. So I was trying to do it using StreamYard or something like StreamYard, and I had to make sure it was on mute before when it showed the intro, because if I had it off mute, you could still hear me during the intro. So so I had it on mute, and I went through like 90% of the video almost. I was about to sip it. I smelt it, everything. I'm talking.
Yep.
And I looked down and it said muted. I'm like, so I had the whiskey in the, because I poured the whiskey and everything in the review, and then had to go like shut it off. I'm like, damn it.
Hey, Joe, people just don't know that don't do what we do.
Yeah.
Sometimes the trouble we go through to get a lousy 6-minute something out. In the beginning, I used to do a lot of that, and I got tired of the editing. I got so tired of the editing. I haven't done a video in I can't tell you how long.
Yeah.
I can't. Now I've done a couple of shorts, but that's it. But an actual video of me doing something, shoot, 2020, 2021.
Yeah.
Because I despise that part of it. And then you listen to yourself, and you are probably like me. I'm my own worst critic.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm like, oh my God, that's horrible. But so you clean it up to where you think it's presentable, you put it out there, and people are like, oh, that's great, that's great, that's great. And you're thinking, really?
Yeah.
Really? I mean, I know you understand. It's like, really? Okay. Yeah, all right, great. But I don't think of that. I mean, I don't think like that. I think, oh my God, I sound horrible.
Yeah, same. I don't like to edit, and it's just, I don't want to say it's because I'm lazy. It's just like I kind of want it to be, if it runs, it runs, like, I just want to just kind of be like straightforward with it. I don't want.
I was just going to say, you're very genuine in your reviews. I've seen many of your reviews. If you make a face or go, holy shit, this sucks, that's it. And that's how I am. That's exactly how I am. That instant expression, or holy shit, it's delicious.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's the expression. Yes, I'm totally with you on that.
Yeah.
Totally with you on that when you say that. Really, I am. So I got that part. But I loathe, I really loathe doing those videos.
Yeah.
And then back, 3-4 years ago, when you would get called out by a channel to do something, it's like, oh shoot, Livewire called me out. All right, I got to do my top whiskeys or whatever it was. I can't remember. It's like, oh, man, I can remember the hours and doing the takes to do that stupid couple of minute thing because they called me out to do something.
Yeah, I think it was the a special occasion and
different things.
Impress your friend, whatever category.
Yeah, exactly. Stuff like that. Like that. I'm glad that
I did one in the beginning, like the first vid, like I think it's like the first or second whiskey video that I did. And then after that, I didn't. I never did one. I've been called out, and I intended to. It's just trying to figure. Like you have to go and you have a schedule, and you're trying to figure out, like, do I need, and sometimes it just gets away from you. And I was like, oh shoot, wait, he called me out like 3 weeks ago. Should I still do it?
Oh yeah. Oh no, trust me, I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm kind of glad that fad has passed.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying it won't make a comeback because now we're talking about it.
We won't call it a comeback. You've been here for years.
Yeah. But yeah, back in the day, just it's hard to believe I'm going on 4 years or 5 years now doing this. Really? It doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, but I think I'm in 5 years now, going on 6. So
Yeah. It's hard to believe. I mean, I got on the same time Livewire, Whiskey Encore, Bourbon Battalion. You know,
I started my channel maybe 5 months before Cheech did. I didn't know who Cheech was when I started my channel, but then he had his channel and they were doing lives. I was just doing random videos at the time. And then I started doing like, because I did the 1 chip challenge was my first one, which was terrible.
That 1 chip challenge, yes, sir.
That was terrible. And then, but I didn't freak out, like, and I think that's why I didn't like get, when you freak out is when you get all the views, I guess, like people share it, because they want to see you freak out. But if you don't freak out, they didn't see the aftermath. My son, because he's the one who made me do it, or not make me, but he was like, I think I can handle it. I said, okay, I'll buy them. We'll do it. And after the fact was like, oh my God, he was freaking out. Like he kept calm through the whole thing. I think he was just speaking, and we also added an extra pain thing to it because I bought a machine where it plays music and then you had to hit the button or one of you gets shocked. So we were playing that while our palates were burning, like.
You still got that video up?
Oh, it's still up. Yeah, it's the first video. First video.
We're all gonna have to go back and watch that. Give that video a spike.
Yeah, but we didn't freak out too much.
The backdrop Joe has now is not the same in the video.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah,
his studio has been new and improved. That is not his original location, people. I could tell you that. I remember. But
yeah, that was a crazy video. And then like at the end, like the aftermath, like he was throwing up, he was in the bathroom. It was bad. But he kept his composure up until the video ended, and then he ran upstairs.
Then he lost it.
Yeah, he was gone.
No thanks.
I think that's what for the 1 chip challenge and stuff like that. People want to see the freak out.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. But yeah, yep. They do. That's what they want to see. It's exactly what they want to see. Without a doubt. So hopefully here in the next 2 weeks, I've got a flight from Greg McDonald, Marty does, and Mr. Great Shot. And we're going to try to get a stream together to where we go over. We're going to drink these samples and give our opinion. And I don't know if he forgot to put the information in there as to what we are drinking, or he is going to tell us afterwards.
Okay.
On the
Are they marked A, B, C, D, or?
Yes, exactly.
Oh, okay.
A, B, C, D. But generally, he puts an envelope in there with your answer key. He has forgotten and then sent it or emailed it,
Yeah. Well, he's probably going to be on in the chat. And
oh yeah. So we thought we were going to do it today.
Oh, gotcha.
Marty wasn't sure he was going to be back in time.
Oh, okay.
Home because he's visiting family, and I said, "Don't worry, don't rush, don't." Yeah,
when you get it done, you get her done.
Yeah, exactly. Is it this going to be this week? Is it going to be next week? It doesn't make a difference. But that's what I told him. I said, "Hey, don't worry about it. You'll get here when you get here. I'll let Mark know, and we'll go from there." But we got them a few weeks ago, actually. Beginning of the month. Just haven't been able to coordinate a time, and then when we thought we had that opportunity, boom, 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 something come up, and then we couldn't get another one before the holiday. So now we're trying for now. So we thought today that didn't work out. And like I said, people sometimes don't understand how hard it is
Yeah.
to schedule.
Yeah.
this.
Scheduling is tough.
You have things going on. I have things going on.
Yeah.
Ben would have things going on. What
Time zones.
day works where, let's just say we can get 90 minutes to do this.
Yeah.
Book and get it's a bigger production than people know sometimes.
Yeah, it took me over 2 years. I think me and Ben, we were going back and forth on schedules for like two years, over 2 years before we actually got. Like I had already sent. He had my samples for over 2 years before we actually battled on the channel.
Yeah,
and I know we've been talking about it for about the same amount of time, and me and Marty have been talking about it for the same amount of time. It's just, scheduling and stuff like that. So
yeah, and I go, Marty's got some things going on, and then of course he's working.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean it's life.
Yeah, life happens, man.
It's life.
Yeah,
and that's just the way. This is just the way it is, and
just like Bruce Hornsby.
It's just the way it is. Mm-hmm. Exactly.
I'm glad you caught that reference.
Oh yeah, I did. Well, we're at that age. We're at that age. You missed that part of the conversation earlier. And you have a truck too, right?
I used to. I got rid of it. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we're talking about before we were 40. We would jump in and out of the back of a truck like it was nothing. I mean, you could jump over the side and into the bed without having to open the tailgate.
Yeah.
Once you hit that 40, something clicks and makes you go, well, put the tailgate down. Yeah. Okay. And then once you get over 45, you're a little more cautious. But once you hit that 50 mark, it's like, oh, no. Put the tailgate down, reach in, grab my step stool, flop it out, step up in. Yeah. Step up in, get what I want, put it on the tailgate, step down, grab it off and take it.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
And now that I'm going to be 56 this year, that shit just isn't happening. I am not jumping out of bed, but I jumped out Friday, because we were leaving Yuma. And I just jumped out. I don't know what come over me. The tailgate was down. I just jumped off.
Yeah.
That shock went from my feet to my ankles to my knees to my hips, through my back, I swear, out the top of my head.
Yeah.
And I didn't land hard.
Yeah.
My knees were bent. Everything was fine. But it just radiated through me like nothing. And so a lot of us, like Hanging AZ and Peter White and Eric Gunderson, we were all laughing and chatting and just.
Oh yeah, man!
Laughing at you guys being the young one.
There's been a few times where I'm like running up the stairs and then I hurt my shoulder. I'm like, what the heck? I'm just going up the stairs. How did I hurt my shoulders? I'm not even using my shoulders for this.
I just said, Hanging says, we're at the age now where we can sleep and get up with aches and pains we didn't have when we went in. And I said, oh my gosh, I was sleeping like on this shoulder and I woke up and I'm like, oh my gosh, why is my shoulder aching so much?
Yeah.
You just said that. It's just so funny because it's true.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was telling a friend of mine that, and he said, man, I hurt my shoulder the other day too. And I said, what were you doing? He said, I was just in my car and I reached back for a Coke and I was going to drink Coca-Cola and I reached back and I came forward and I had to go to the doctor and get an MRI because I didn't know what the heck was wrong with my shoulder. I'm like, damn, we're old.
But Joe, think of the stuff you did as a kid. When I say kid, the Marine Corps, what you did for 20 years. Yeah.
I can't talk about all of it, but I can talk about
No,
some.
but what I'm just saying is
Yeah.
everything you went through from the PT to the firing of different weapons, because everybody's a rifleman in the Marine Corps. You're not exactly.
Yeah.
So,
definitely.
and then you working on the flight lines, doing the things that you did, moving a lot of heavy stuff, ordnance, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
You know,
2,000-pound bombs,
when you're
bunker
20 years
busters, all
old,
that stuff.
25, 30 years old, you don't feel it.
Yeah.
You just don't. There's a reason why they want us at 18 years old.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, there is. You're more resilient. Exactly. But so a lot of that stuff now that you feel has nothing to do with what you did. It was what we had done when we were 15, 18, 25, 30. Yeah, we're all laughing at it, but
Yeah.
it's true.
Is Joe laughing at the bourbon for bacon's comment too?
Oh yeah. I've
Oh,
been there. I've been there. I've had a little seizure / muscle tension just by sneezing on the toilet, you know? It's like, whoa, how did that happen? It's like a muscle cramp just from sneezing.
Welcome back, JD. It's been a couple hours, I think.
Yes, this truthfully is my last pour, but God, I've been laughing so hard and chatting with Joe now, and but yeah, bourbon for bacon. Yeah, exactly.
I just sneeze and then sometimes I get like, my back is cramping up.
Look, I mean, I take my magnesium, I take my zinc, I blah 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 blah, all this stuff you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but knock on my cheap felt hat. I've never gotten COVID, and I drink good whiskey.
I've had it 3 times. First one was bad. Second one was cake. Third one was it was rough, but it wasn't like crazy or anything. But it was. I did stay away from the families. You know, seclude myself. The first time, the last time, the second
Mhm.
time, me and my wife had it at the same time. It was the only thing is that we had it. It wasn't really bad, but this last strain was a little different or something. Got the sniffles.
It always is.
And all that
It
other
always
stuff.
is.
The first time I thought I was going to die.
First time me and my
I mean,
wife
it's
both
not
got
funny,
it.
but I got you, Joe.
We both had it, and we were in the house alone for a week because our kids were with friends of ours, and school was just starting.
Yeah.
So they didn't have it, but my wife and I both had it, so we didn't get to see our kids for a week.
Oh, damn.
But I'm sure
At
you
the
heard
beginning
them.
of school.
I'm sure you heard them every day.
2021, I think it was.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think I was patient zero of freaking the San Diego, LA, Southern California. Because I actually was like on the phone with the doctors, and I'm like, I'm really sick. I don't know what's wrong with me. And they're like, well, with everything that's going on, please don't come in because we don't know. We don't have a treatment for COVID. We don't have nothing. We couldn't do anything. There was no vaccine or there was nothing. So it was like, they were just like, yeah, please don't bring your disease to us.
Yeah.
And there was a few times I was laying in bed just thinking like, oh my God, I would tell my wife, I was like, you need to go sleep in the other room because I don't know what's going on. I don't think I'm going to make it. She's like, all right. And she just left.
Yeah.
But it was all good. You know, it was all good.
What's funny is with everything
Fun
you've been.
now. Back then it wasn't.
No. Yeah. But think about all the stuff you've been shot up with since you've been in the military.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not scared of no shot.
No. Mm-mm. But I'm just saying, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
Hey, bourbon
they
for
shot us. They shot us up with everything. When
Anytime.
you first join the military, you're in a like
a line.
Yeah,
And
you're
you
in
have them on both sides. And
both
it's a
sides,
gun.
both arms.
Yeah.
Pull down your trousers a little.
Yep.
Put it right in, and it's like, all right, go sit down over there until we figure out if you're gonna pass out or not.
Yeah. And it you pass out because of all the crap they threw into you. And
Yeah.
that the first anthrax shot was like peanut butter.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. With a lot of traveling. Oh yeah. Absolutely, William. Absolutely.
I'm just glad my family got back from the Philippines in January before it all got shut down.
Yeah. Well, thank goodness you got back.
My wife's cousin went back to the Philippines in February, and she got stuck there for like 2 years or 3 years
Oh
before
wow,
she could come back up here.
that's crazy.
It is. It is.
I was supposed to meet Rihanna. I had a meet and greet with Rihanna, or I was supposed to have a meet and greet with Rihanna. I said Rihanna, and they canceled her concert, so I didn't get to meet her. But yeah, years later, I saw her in concert, but I didn't get to meet her at that time. It was a good performance, though, when I did get to see her.
Oh yeah. I'm sure it was. But
Yeah.
man, 4 hours and almost 40 minutes in.
I said Rihanna. I meant Alicia Keys. I don't know why I said Rihanna.
That's
No.
another thing that happens at our age, Joe.
There we go. Yeah. I was like, wait a minute. Why the heck did I say Rihanna?
That's another
Alicia
thing that happens
Keys.
at our age, Joe. You're not getting away from it, brother.
Yeah.
I'm not laughing at you, but it's just so
Oh
funny.
no, shoot. I laugh at myself sometimes. Every time I was like, why did I say that? Or why did I do that? It's like I remember one time when me and my wife, we went to the beach and she goes, hey, can you put my purse in the trunk? Because I don't want to carry it with me on the beach. I said, sure. So I open the trunk. I have her purse in one hand and my car keys in the other. And I throw the car keys in there and I shut it.
and if you stood there,
I'm like, oh my God, what did I just do?
exactly. Sorry, I don't mean to laugh at you.
Oh
But
no,
yeah,
no,
I got it.
yeah,
Well, Joe's saying a funny story.
yeah.
It is funny, but the thing about it is it was so innocent the way you do it.
Yeah.
And once it happens and you go through the motion, you know it's wrong, but it's
Yeah.
too late to stop.
It's too late. Yeah. Like, why am I closed? Don't close the lid yet. I'm closing it still. I don't care.
Oh my gosh, guys, you're killing me. But yes. And after it's done, you stand there in disbelief. And just like he said, what did I do?
I said, well, let's go walk on the beach. I guess we'll call AAA or whatever, like to come and open it up.
Yeah. Or if they don't come, I'm sure somebody's got a crowbar here. I'll get into the trunk.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Oh my gosh. I mean, it is funny, but oh my gosh.
Small. I got anthrax. I actually never, like every time they asked me to go take a smallpox, I always showed up and I said, I already took that one. They said, are you sure? I said, yeah, I think I did. And I would leave and it would still remain on my record because I never took it. So I never took smallpox. I did do the anthrax. I did the boosters and all that stuff. But I never did the smallpox one. Peanut butter shot wasn't too bad. Had my dad in the Navy say it was allergic.
So you get a shot for peanut butter allergic reaction?
No, he's referring to probably the anthrax shot. It was like peanut butter.
Okay,
Yeah.
inside the tube.
It was thick.
Yeah. Some people got affected by it a little, I guess, and got a little thick. It didn't bother me or anything. I was just like, yeah, you got the shot and you moved on. Because I was already in the fleet when they were giving those out.
Yeah, you were already on the move, exactly. But
yeah, so shoot, man, back in those days, they took out all 4 of my wisdom teeth in one day while we were deployed. And they gave me they let me go home, take some pain pills, but I had to be at work the next day.
Yep. I remember my brother-in-law telling me, he goes, "You got the shot, it was fine. It was afterwards, like in the day, it just throbbed in his arm."
Oh yeah, it was a little sore.
Yeah, he says he was a little sore after the injection, but he didn't think nothing of it. But as the day went on,
Yeah,
it was like, oh my gosh. But see, when he got his, he got reactivated. He was on his inactive status.
Oh.
And they called him back because of his MOS.
Okay.
Crew chief.
Yeah.
So he reported, and he was mad because he had to get all of this stuff. And then, so long and short of it is, he goes home and basically he's packed, ready to go. He gets the call and they said, stand down. Well, when Desert Shield went to Desert Storm, it didn't last long.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, back then. And he was on his last year of inactive status and home when he got, called back.
Yeah.
Him and his wife, actually.
Oh, wow.
When she got her orders, it was after the fact. So he went first, got everything. They were making arrangements what to do with the kids, and 2 of them were in diapers. Yeah, because they met in the military, but ended up, she didn't go anywhere, but he was ready to go. And they told him to stand down. When he was getting ready to go and report in the morning, he got the call.
Oh, yeah.
He was just like, oh my gosh, disgusting.
Oh yeah, when the Twin Towers got hit, I was on we had just came from the Persian Gulf. We were on our way back from there, about to stop into Hawaii when they said we might be heading right back. So,
hey, good night, Mark. Appreciate you, brother. I'll be ending it here shortly myself, but thank you for popping on and chatting with us, man.
This whole entire time I was supposed to be folding laundry, but hey, it's the end of the year. I still got an hour and a half before I have to pick up my wife.
Hey, the laundry isn't going anywhere.
No. And I haven't talked to you gentlemen in quite a long time. So.
Exactly. I don't always get to talk to Joe either. So I see Joe.
Yeah, I see you all the time, man.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Is anybody else live? Don't know, Josh.
Truthfully, Josh, 21090 they might be done.
Yeah, they just did a short one with Corbin, David Sosa from Corbin Cash.
I was just saying,
and they were just announcing the winner of their giveaway to Las Vegas or something like that.
Yeah, I knew they were on. Let me put it this way, it was something special because this is not their normal night.
Yeah.
But
yeah, and I think David and Kira went. I don't know if they're still on, but they were on.
I don't know. Someone mentioned that, but I was like, no, they're normally not on Sundays.
Yeah, they went on today because tomorrow is the Lions. I guess the Lions game, and they didn't want to. They didn't want to have to choose, so they thought, well, I'll just go a day early. We'll just go a day early or something, and then they went on. I don't know if they're still on the.
I don't know. Yeah.
Mhm.
And then no, Trev wasn't on today. I think he was on yesterday.
He was on Friday and
Someone
Saturday.
mentioned about Trev, but anyway, yeah, who knows? I don't. But and I got a lot of the scoop from Stacy. But anyway,
Yeah, Kilco is still playing his video game. We Ain't Raised Right is still going. And it looks like whiskeychannel.com is going right now. So there's a few channels to see after this one if you feel like going and hanging out with some of the other channels.
well, that's true. That's good there. But
You
only
think you're
got-
winding down soon, Anthony?
what's that?
You think you're winding down soon?
Oh, I'm minutes. I'm gonna.
Yeah. All right. You said you work at 2:30. You have to get up at 2:30 or something.
Yeah, I got to get up at 02:30 hours. Yes,
Yeah, that's about 5 hours from now. Okay.
Yeah.
What do you gotta? You traveling tomorrow?
No. Even though the schools here are closed,
Yeah.
I still got to go in. I'm a 12-month employee, so I have a lot of maintenance.
Oh, gotcha.
Then I've got a couple of contractors coming in from the original construction. I discovered the long and short of it is the steel workers didn't protect the windows on the main building. And so when they were fitting the gates and grinding and doing things, the splatter from the grinding pitted the windows.
What? Oh,
So,
wow.
yeah. So there's about 30 of them they're replacing at the cost of about 40 grand.
Jesus.
Yep. So they're coming in to do that. And then a few other odds and ends things. I mean, we've been open for over a year, but I had almost 500 warranty notices in the last year. So they're pretty much finishing up. So I got some contractors, like I said, contractors and stuff coming in.
Oh, gotcha.
And so I have to be there, and I scheduled them to be there Monday, Tuesday, because I wasn't there last week.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So, and a lot of them said, well, we're not going to come if you're not going to be there. I said, yeah, I'm not going to be there all week. So Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, because on work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we're off because that's the first, and then Thursday, Friday. And then the kids come back on the 6th.
Oh, I see.
And just before I left, I got 1,300 filters dropped off in our area that have to go into all the units. And it's like, well, that ain't happening this week. And we get them every quarter.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
Welcome back, Ben.
Yep. But I'm glad you woke up long enough to say goodnight, because I'm
Happy
getting
New Year,
ready
Bill Scott.
to head out. Bill, cheers, man. Sorry I wasn't ignoring you. Just was getting into the chatting. But yes, Happy New Year's to you too, sir. Appreciate you for coming in and being with me this past year. I thank you and appreciate you, sir.
Heck yeah.
And everyone, I look forward to seeing you on the next stream. Be safe. Have a great new year, and I will see you around Whiskey Tube. Everyone have a great evening, and cheers.
Happy New Year, y'all.
Here's Anthony.